Good morning. We are, that clock is fast, just for the record. I think our phones are more reliable. It's 11:41, okay, just for the record. But we're doing great. We're on time within the rules. So good morning. I want to convene the Labor and Public Employees Committee committee meeting. And we will start. I know I wore my green today. If I have to tell you what I went through to get the green on today, I will have to thank my husband for bringing me the shawl, which took about an hour out of his day. But I didn't want to come here without my green. But I hope we have the luck of the Irish with us today. Who's Irish in the room? Raise your hand. Okay, we got a lot of Irish people in the room, so that maybe will bring us the luck we need to get all these bills passed. I know not all of you are sharing my view on what's lucky today, but I do appreciate everybody who is here today. And we have a full agenda, but we'll start with remarks from my good co-chair, Representative Sanchez is all set. And how about you, Representative Weir, our ranking member? Okay, with that, we will start our agenda with item number 3, bills for review. And the first bill on the agenda is House Bill number 5003, an act concerning workforce development and working conditions in the state. This is a JFS to the floor, and it is LCO number 3401. Is there a motion?
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded, and this is sometimes what's called an aircraft carrier. It has a lot of sections in the bill. I will begin by just going through and stating what each section is about, and then I'm sure there'll be discussion on many of these sections as we go along. And there is S language, and I will point out some of that S language as we go through, but if somebody has questions about any of it, we'll go into for more detail. So in LCO 3401, it adds provisions on a plan to promote the firefighter profession. DOL will do training on adult education programs. It revises hospital staffing plans. It creates a certified nursing assistant grant program. It talks about, there's S language on veterans employment initiatives, paycheck transparency, wage disclosure, and it makes many numerous minor and clarifying changes. The first section, and I'm going to go through a little slowly. There are 92 pages to this bill, so please bear with us if it takes us a little bit of time to go through them. Is this the best way to go, or would you prefer to go section by section? Maybe we should go section by section, because there's so many different concepts in here, and then we can see if there's any questions on each section and then move to the next. So the first section, it protects healthcare workers when there's an assault. And the main issue we're trying to solve here is that currently under workers' compensation, employees get about 70% of their wage replaced when they're hurt on the job. In cases where there is assault in our in our healthcare facilities, the employer would make up the salary from the 70% provided for by the workers' comp. They'd make up to 100% if there was assault. There's been recent developments where previously there were no issues about this, but recently there's been some cases that have raised the concern about, did you have to have intent when you cause the assault? And this bill seeks to clarify, it makes it clear that it is assault. You don't have to prove the intent in order to qualify for the 100% compensation. The S language in this is lines 40 to 43. Any award issued by the court shall deduct any amount of workers' compensation benefits received by such health care provider and other employee, an amount be amount paid by such healthcare worker or other employees' health insurance. That's clarifying language. On line 57, it allows the person who was hurt because of an assault to seek other remedies in Superior Court. They can press charges against, they can bring a case against the person who committed such assault to recover other expenses and costs. I think that is the main purpose of this, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I heard you refer to this as an aircraft carrier bill. I do recognize it's 92 pages. It also consists of 53 different sections. So appreciate you walking through with me on this. I know some of my colleagues are at different areas of the building. They'll be joining us. We received this information, late last night. I don't know if it was around midnight. So it's a lot to go through. I appreciate us going through this deliberately and carefully. Madam Chair, some of the other, we've got several of the bills on the agenda that are wrapped into this. Why do we have all these different topics into 5003?
So as you're aware, we have some standalone issues that are covered, concepts that are covered in 5003. They also are here on our agenda today as standalone bills, and they're Senate bills. And that gives us some flexibility because, the House and the Senate operate somewhat independently, and we try and coordinate. But these are, for the most part, those are the bills that are standalone bills are in the Senate are bills that we've heard before. But we wanted to make sure that we had a vehicle in the Senate to get this work done. So I will, thank you for bringing it to my attention. I'll make it clear that items 2 through 7 on the agenda are also incorporated into item number 1, House Bill 5003. So Senate Bill 345 is an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace, pre- and post-shift hours, and establishing a task force to study workplace heat safety standards. That bill, a section of that bill, the section related to breastfeeding in the workplace, is incorporated into 5003. The next item number 3, Senate Bill number 348, an act concerning porter workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees. That is included in 5003 in its entirety. Item number 4, Senate Bill number 351, an act establishing a just cause standard for teacher termination decisions and requiring termination hearings to be before a neutral arbitrator. That is also incorporated entirely into 5003. And item number 5, an act concerning the minimum fair wage in persons employed at cannabis establishments, is included in 5003 in its entirety. Item number 6, Senate Bill 353, an act concerning reasonable accommodations in the workplace for conditions related to menopause. I'll note that this is a new bill. We haven't had this bill before. However, it does modify existing statute, and that is incorporated in its entirety into 5003. And finally, Senate Bill number 358, an act concerning the retention of service contract workers. This also is a new bill that is incorporated in its entirety into 5003. So thank you for asking that, because it gives a little structure to the discussion we're having today. We group them together on the agenda, assuming that if we were discussing most of these, if we discuss them in the context of 5003, we'll cover a lot of ground, and perhaps it will make us more efficient today.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you. I think, for as far as my colleagues go and anybody paying attention to this, proceeding, that there are, in these 92 pages and the different sections, there's some overlap for efficiency sake, as the good chairperson named it, but there's also a lot of these topics, one, I think you'll find many of them have nothing to do, one may have absolutely nothing to do with the other, and which is disappointing to me because there are some items in here which I think we'll spend a considerable amount of time on today. There are items in the bill that may be more, what do you say, controversial, or some may have more objections than others, and it's disappointing to me when we see a bill like this when these items won't stand on their own merit, when they have to be, when they're put in together and it's an all or nothing, up or down vote to get it out of committee, and if this goes to either of the chambers, those of us deliberating on this are forced to look at, 53 different sections, and some of those may be entirely acceptable to everybody. They could be unanimous, and then we put them in with stuff that gets a strict party line vote. And it's disappointing for me to see that, especially when they're already standing alone and living in their own universe on items 2 through 7. But thank you for letting me go on there a little bit. Madam Chair, you itemized or identified a couple areas in section 1 that are JFS language, and in lines 40 through 43, where you talked about the award by the court shall deduct compensation benefits, healthcare provider received by such healthcare provider or employee, and the amount paid by such healthcare worker or employee's health insurance. How does that differ from how that situation will be handled today without this language?
I believe this is really just to clarify specifically that you wouldn't be able to get more than 100% of your compensation of your salary. I think that is clarifying it for the court.
Okay, and I'm not an attorney, but is there case law or example, historical examples to this? I mean, why is it necessary to put this? Have there been issues in the past in terms of how these awards are interpreted? I'm just looking for a little background as to how this language ended up in there.
There's no, I don't have any background on potential problems that we're trying to solve here. I think we're often looking for clarity in our language, so I don't have the historical background.
Okay, but this was not in the, let me just look for the old language in 5003. So that language, well, obviously it's JFS, but it was not in the original bill, so I'm just curious as to how, did somebody identify that between the JF and the JFS language, that this language was necessary to prevent a problem? I appreciate the clarity, but did somebody identify that that could be a potential problem without that language, as far as you know?
I believe there was other language in 5003 prior to this, and this language was substituted because it was felt to be, it was more precise. And so that, after reviewing the language, as we do many times prior to bringing a bill for, we try to do that as often as we can, but I see that in the previous draft, there was insertion of language, and this was determined to be more precise.
Thank you for that. And on line, in the next section, well, not the next, subsection E, so it was lines 53 through 58, talking about the healthcare facility or institution that has paid or is obligated to pay wages as a result of assault on a healthcare provider. They may bring a civil action in Superior Court against the individual who committed such assault. Is that currently not allowed now? Is that not common practice now, where the healthcare facility would not be able to bring an action against the person who committed the assault?
I believe, I can check, but I think this might be a place where we made an addition to make it clear, but let me check on that. Thank you. My understanding is that because we're changing the compensation here, previously, institution could go to court and sue the individual and get the workers' comp payment that was paid out, get, reimbursed for that. But because we're adding the additional recovery by the employee to 100% of salary, that's why we had to add this.
Okay, so this allows the, because the healthcare provider, healthcare facility has to could potentially pay 100% of or make up
The difference.
the difference, they are able to go after the person who committed the assault.
Correct.
Okay. And as a point of clarification, is the person who committed the assault, could that be an employee, or is this an outside individual, or does it cover both?
Well, I would assume that it would cover both, because there is a place in here where I know we used the legal term negligent assault, which I think was explained to me to mean that it wasn't intentional. They didn't realize when they were doing something they were going to hurt the person. So I believe it could be either.
Okay, I didn't see the,
It's on line 77. Sorry, it moved in this version to 76, negligent assault. I think it was explained to me that that's the right legal term to use, where we're trying to get out at an assault that was not intentional, or physical assault that was not intentional. I mean, the key here is there's already an obligation to make up these institutions already do make up the difference when somebody is assaulted. The issue here is whether or not it was intentional. And I think that there were decades of cases where you didn't have to prove whether or not it was intentional. A question came up in terms of some recent cases, and this is to make sure that we are fixing that so that it's clear. We always intended this to cover cases where you didn't have to, that if an employee was hurt by a patient, and we think about this, if you think of a scenario where a nurse is in an emergency room, somebody comes in and they're out of control and they assault the nurse doesn't want to press charges and say that it was intentional on the part, doesn't want to prove it was intentional in order to have that coverage that they would have otherwise had. So I really think this is something that we were doing for a long time, and then it became cloudy, and now we feel like we have to clean it up.
okay.
And I got that from the testimony. It's not like, so I remember hearing that when we had the testimony.
I appreciate that. And I got to say, looking through section 1, I didn't tie in the language on section 2 to, I was compartmentalizing section 1 just to healthcare institutions. In section 2, we've gone to, add employer, educators, higher education. So are you saying that
Yes, I'm
that
sorry.
language in 72 should also apply up towards section 1?
I believe it's the same concept, but obviously I did move to section 2 unintentionally, and because I didn't lay out the purpose of this section is very similar to what we have in section 1, which is to also provide these protections for teachers and for employees, other employees that are in a student having, who are working for a state board of education or board of governors of higher education, or any member of the faculty or staff employed by the University of Connecticut Healthcare. I mean, it describes who we're covering here, but it's for teachers and other employees
Okay, thank you. So,
in a teaching environment. It's the same concept, though, that we're addressing in section 2.
and I don't think I have any further questions on section 1, so is there anything else, any other description you want to give on section 2? I know you kind of just did that,
I
but is
kind
there
of just
anything-
did that. here we do see the legal term negligent assault. It is the same. There is S language that is line 61 to, I believe, 90, well, I'm sorry, I'm working from two different documents. So let me just go to the current S language. Hold on. This is new language from line 62. It's S language 62 to I believe 93. And this is specifically to provide full salary, make up the difference from the workers' compensation, without having to prove intent of a student to cause, to cause the assault.
So through this, and I appreciate you, I'm struggling as well, because we're not supposed to hold up, and I won't use any props, but what I'm looking here is, a page which, again, and we got all these pages to review in a short amount of time, and a lot of underlined language, which means new, and a lot of bracketed language, which means it's been removed, and a lot of times they are, and then there's language with no underlines or brackets, which stays. So it's like you got to figure out what's new, what stays, and what goes, and try to piece those all together to understand exactly what it says. So, as I understand in section 2, and I do have a summary to look at here, but what this is saying is that if there's a workplace assault, that the teacher, so if the teacher is physical, so if the teacher injures somebody during that altercation, the teacher's indemnified?
Well, it does read in this language that, and I'm just skipping ahead to line 74, or where does it start here? It says in line 72, shall protect and save harmless any member of such boards or any teacher or other employee of such boards from financial loss and expense, including payment of expenses reasonably incurred for medical or other service necessary as a result of any physical or negligent assault upon such person while such person was acting in the discharge of such member's duties. So I mean, I think this is pretty clear that it's directed at if you're an employee of the Board of Ed and you're acting in your capacity for that employer, for the Board of Ed, you're in the line of your duties that are expected of you, and you are assaulted, then you are held harmless, meaning that you will get your full pay in those situations. Now, a good part of that is paid for by workers' comp, but the employer would be required to make up the difference.
Okay, thank you. So this is if, in the event, your explanation makes a lot of sense. I was reading this, that especially in line 68 through 83, that if, let's say, a teacher's breaking up a fight between two people and one of those people gets injured, this is in the event the teacher is injured, they're held harmless from the having to pay for the medical, that's covered under workers' comp.
That's correct.
Okay. And then 84 through 92 talks about coverage if they're absent from employment as a result of that injury. So their sick time and that sort of thing doesn't get charged against them.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that my questions on section 2.
Okay, good. So moving on to section 3, and we do have a description here. It requires the Department of Public Health to issue guidance on implementing a system for healthcare providers using the statewide health information exchange to report incidents of patient violence and be alerted whenever the provider accepts a new patient. There is S language here, so the purpose of this is that if you are a healthcare provider, you should know if you're admitting a patient with a violent history. There's S language on line 108, which takes out the word develop. It said the Department of Public Health shall develop a system, and we changed that to shall issue guidance on implementing a system, primarily because the Department of Public Health said they didn't have capacity to develop the program now, but they could issue guidance. The goal here, and I think it's one that we probably all could agree on, is that there should be a system for identifying violent patients, so that when the hospital is admitting a violent patient from some other hospital, that they'll have that information, so they know they can be prepared for taking measures to ensure the safety of everyone, including that of the patient.
Okay, and thank you for that. And where, well, I guess their guidance, from their guidance, the system is theoretically sometime out in the future, pending the guidance from the Department of Public Health. Madam Chair, how come this section didn't, why are we seeing this in the Labor Committee and not the Public Health Committee, which seems to have cognizance over public health issues?
You will see sections here that relate to other committees as well, but they all relate back to the employees. And so this is really a bill that was brought to our attention because we're looking at employee safety. That could be all levels of the institution, but the goal of this is to make a safer environment for the people who work there. Now, I mentioned that we would also want it safer for the patient. I don't think that's, I didn't mean to, I'm not underscoring that, but I think that we always recognize that's important. Just like in our schools, we want to make sure that we have labor bills that protect our students, but they also provide for the good education of our students. So it's not exclusively just about labor, but its primary goal is to make sure it's a safe environment for the people who work in that healthcare institution.
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, because I was looking at this from we have certainly the employees there, but you've got other residents and patients and visitors and family members who are in, so I guess this is all encompassing, but when I saw the Department of Public Health, I was curious as to why we're seeing it and why this isn't in there.
And I think I think the Department of Public Health would be the agency that has more access to the information than putting in the Department of Labor, because it pertains to hospitals. But the goal here is to make sure it's a safe environment for the people who work there.
Thank you. And just one final question, I believe, on this section is that if there is no history of violence, you have a new resident coming in, and there's no history of violence, that's not going to show up. It's unlikely that would show up, but if there's documented evidence of a history of violence, then that hopefully would be picked up on either an intake form, or if they're leaving, if they've never been in the facility before, then there may not be a documented history. But if they're going from one facility to the next, that's where we're hoping to catch it. Is that the idea?
That's correct. We'd be pulling together records from other sources to make sure that we have a centralized data for Connecticut for patients who have a violent history, that we can have that readily available for every hospital in Connecticut to make use of. It's really a healthcare facility. Might not be a hospital, but.
And did we have any of the healthcare facilities testify on this that you recall?
I don't remember. I don't believe we did.
Okay.
I think the concern that we got in response was really from not the hospitals or any of those institutions, but just concern from DPH that was brought to our attention that they're not in a position to fully develop a system right now, but they believe they could issue guidance.
Okay, thank you. I'll take a look at that. I'm curious to see. Well, actually here, I don't know that this was. see something here from the Hospital Association, but
It probably pertains to a different, there's another.
yeah, DPH, the Hospital Association did. Now, I don't know if they had the S language here, but the Hospital Association did oppose that section of the bill for what it's worth. And that's I just scanned to see who's opposing this and who's supporting it, and there certainly is support. So at any rate, that the Hospital Association did, and they had quite a lengthy write-up. That should probably be on the, yeah, as well, CCM. Okay, I will just make a note here. Okay, that's my only question on section 3.
Okay, moving on to section 4. It expands, this is regarding employee promissory notes, and it expands, this is existing statute, but at this time, it prohibits employers from requiring employees to execute a promissory note at the outset of their employment or at any time during their employment that would require them to pay the employer if the employee leaves before a certain amount of time. And what we've seen happen in some places is they'll say, oh, you have to pay us back because we trained you and you didn't stay as long as we expected you to. This is already existing law in the state of Connecticut, but this now changes in line 130 to 132. It used to define the employer as being engaged in business with 26 or more employees. This now extends to all employers in the state of Connecticut. While you're looking at that, just a minute, I did get someone who's watching online on CTN is having trouble hearing us, and I know that's a problem that we have been having all session in many of the hearing rooms. I will try and speak up and into the mic, but it's probably not going to make the difference, and we're all going to be hoarse. I'm already hoarse, but just wanted to make that note. Just give me 1 second. Okay, moving on to section 5. Are we done with 4? Oh, we're still on 4. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was just waiting to be recognized. So, Madam Chair, I understand the premise of this. I was actually, I gotta say, I wasn't aware of this in our statutes. What was, do you know what was driving this, or where this request came from? Why we went from 26 to 0, or who asked for this?
I'm not aware of who asked for it. I know that when we reviewed statutes, we felt this was one that needed to be changed to include all employers. It makes sense. That, sometimes, as you know, we start out with a larger employer to see how it works, and then find that when we're comfortable, we move it to all employers, and I believe that was the case here.
Thank you. And so when we talk about a promissory note, I heard and understood your example of somebody coming onto work, and there's, they get sent to training or whatever, and the argument is that the training's expensive, so you're going to owe us back for the training. would this pertain to equipment or uniforms or something that was issued to the employee, but maybe the employee didn't return, or if I think of uniforms or equipment, would this apply to those sorts of items where, yeah, there's a monetary value to those, and if the employer didn't receive those items back from the employee upon end of employment?
So I want to point out that from the S language, it appears to me that this has been in our statutes for a long time, since 1985, so I'm sure there's a lot of case law on this. But there is specific language, I think, in section C that says nothing, and this is underlying statute, but it does say nothing prohibits or renders void any agreement where an employer and employee were required employee to pay the employer any sums advanced for any property is sold or leased. So I think that probably answers your question there.
Just to be clear, we're working on LCL
3401. Do you have that? That was, section C is 150, right? Line 150?
I have section C as 133 through 140.
No, I'm talking about, I'm sorry, sub C, subsection C. What do you have on line 50?
Line 50?
Yeah, 150. I just want to make sure we're on the same.
Yeah, I think the task force. So I think we're off on our lines, that's all.
That's weird. I'm working off of 3401.
So am I.
Hold on one second, we'll take a pause. Confusing.
Yes, thank you, and I think that is a good clarification, and it is that's why I'm being deliberate here, because I want to make sure I
Sure.
understand what we're voting on, and obviously we got a lot of paper to review.
And so now we'll move on to section 5, and I believe that starts on 142, if I'm looking at the right one. I don't really need to look at this, I don't think. Okay, section 5. Section 5 is the same language we had before. It's a task force to study. Oh, no, this is actually something you asked for. This is a task force to study some minimum wage issues, and it starts on line 142, and it goes on to lines 200. So the task force shall examine benefits and impediments to the state in utilizing such additional services for such persons, make recommendations on funding sources and benefits the state can provide to such persons. And this relates to persons with disabilities. And currently people are earning less than the minimum wage on persons with disabilities. There's been a lot of testimony over the years about this issue, and I think we appreciate you bringing it to our attention to create a task force, because I think that's the only way we'll bring in people into one place and maybe hopefully find some solutions, because I know within the disability community there are very divergent views about how to approach this. So that's what this section is about.
thank you for that explanation, and this is, yes, this is one that we saw last year. If I recall, it passed the House and maybe not the Senate, and we were able to make some changes to it. I'm disappointed that this doesn't sit on its own, because I think this is one of those items that would be unanimous in both chambers, versus tying it in this large vehicle here that, you know, the overall umbrella is labor, but certainly this, you know, this also had to do, you know, brought in the Department of Social Services and Human Services in this. So is there any reason why this wasn't run through Human Services, or does this need a referral at all to Human Services?
I don't believe it will need a referral to Human Services. This has been heard in the Labor Committee in the past. It is related to minimum wage, and I think that's within our cognizance.
Okay, thank you for that, and I'm pretty familiar with the language. It's a pretty quick read, so I understand Section 5. Thank you.
So moving on to Section 6, this is a provision that will give a healthcare provider the ability to, I forget the word for it, but that essentially we have, especially visiting nurses, who are often finding it very difficult to park, or they maybe don't expect to be in a house for as long as they are, and they get a parking ticket. This will allow them to be absolved of that parking violation when they go into court. There is S language here, but the S language is very specific. It's on line 303 to make it clear that this does not provide them that exemption if they are parking in a parking lot where they're going to their regular place of employment. So it says, while the healthcare provider was at a healthcare facility or institution where they work, essentially. So, any questions about that?
Just briefly, so it says, line 300, it shall be an affirmative defense for a healthcare provider. Any parking violation, that a parking violation was issued while they're in their course of their duties, as long as it was not while they were at a healthcare facility or institution. So is this saying if they park illegally on the street adjacent, it sounds like if they park illegally on the street when they could have parked in the healthcare facility parking lot, they won't be covered, this would not apply to them?
No, because the next number there, that was the S language, because we had already covered that they can't park illegally. So they can't block a fire hydrant, sidewalk, or handicap ramp. So yes, they could. I think that we just wanted to make it clear in the S language that you can't park in like your hospital's parking garage where you're not supposed to park, and you're on your way to work and you work in that hospital. We're not providing that kind of an exemption or the ability to have an affirmative defense in those situations. It's really intended for people, for healthcare providers who are not, have to leave the institution they work for to address the needs of the patients.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Moving on to Section 7. This Section 7, we had this bill last year, and this is the language that makes clear in the cannabis statutes that workers in cannabis establishments must be paid the full minimum wage and are not tipped workers they're not eligible for the tipped worker credit that we have in statute. And there's no S language in this.
Okay, thank you for that. And that's also SB 352, right? Is that that is the cannabis?
Yes, that's one of the
rolled up in
standalone
here.
bills that are in the Senate.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to, let me just, I believe we're on Section 8. I know that Senator Sampson had some issues on Section 8. I would suggest we go to Section 9, and we can come back to Section 8. Does that make sense?
That's fine, but we also have, this bill is also on its own, isn't it?
It is,
In
but we were
348.
hoping to have one discussion about it.
Good, fair
So
enough.
it would be a little more efficient.
Makes
So
sense.
if I forget, I'm sure someone will remind me. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to move to Section 9. Section 9 is a bill that we had last year, but it has been changed somewhat. And you'll see the S language on lines 526. So this is a bill that would provide for neutral arbitration for a teacher termination. And the S language just makes it clear that if there is a standard of review that's established in their collective bargaining agreement, that's the standard that the arbitrator will use. But essentially, this is, in the case of teacher termination, the process would now be that through any procedures that are, like progressive discipline, that ultimately the decision on termination would be made by a neutral arbitrator, and it would be binding on the employee and the employer.
Thank you. Because we just on Section 8 decided to put that and discuss it in standalone, since 9 already has, could we maybe do that for all the ones
That have separate bills?
that have separate bills? So that would be
Okay.
item number 4, section, Senate Bill 351. Would it be
Okay.
possible to come back to that? Just
I can do that. It may take me a minute to figure out where to go next, but Section 10, we would skip to, and we would go to Section 11. To find the right page. Section 11 begins on 958, line 958. Section 11 provides the partnership plan coverage for survivors of volunteer firefighters. Our career firefighters already have this benefit, but now volunteer firefighters who are killed in the line of duty would now have that survivor benefit for their family. There is, I believe, some S language here. If you go to I believe the first S language, oh, I know, you can't see what the change is here, but in the underlying, the original concept that we raised, the bill we heard in public hearing, included state marshals who were killed in the line of duty, and we spoke with the state marshals, and they felt like they shouldn't be included in that particular part. There's another place where they felt it was more important for them to be included, and we'll get to that in a few minutes. But you don't see it here in the language, it's just the removal of state marshals. If you go to line, if you go to further in the same section, I think, starting somewhere in around a line 1,000 to 1,007, 1,009. There, oh, did I move to the next one? Yeah, these are so similar, so yes. Yeah, that's section 12. So we can stick with section 11 first.
So this, if they're already offering, if the volunteer firefighter has this coverage, if the town or municipality is offering that, because it says non-state, so this, we're talking about municipal. So if they have that coverage while they're alive, what this says is that will continue for at least a year after that firefighter's death for the family, and up to 5 years, the town may extend it. Is that
That's correct.
okay?
But that's underlying statute. All we're changing here is that
We're adding
we're
on
adding the volunteers.
The volunteers, correct. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Now we can go to the next one, which is Section 12, and it begins on 986. And this requires the state employee health insurance plan to cover the surviving spouse and dependent children of a state marshal or volunteer firefighter killed in the line of duty. I believe this, I'm looking to see, I don't, wait a second. Hold on one second. Let's just take a pause for a minute so I can get to the right place. So we're on item number 12, and it started on 980, 950. I'm still screwed up here. 986, okay. And this is state employee health insurance for survivors of state marshals and volunteer firefighters killed in the line of duty. So again, this is where we put the state marshals, where they felt they more appropriately fit. So it now includes volunteer firefighters, which is on line 1001. It removes DOC and state marshals, the S language, from that portion, but it clarifies starting in line 1005 that if a state marshal is performing duties that are being compensated by the state, then and is killed in duty, in the line of duty, while being compensated by the state, then their survivors would be provided for with health insurance. So it's a little confusing, but essentially, I think the reason we had to do the clarifying language is because we wanted it to be clear that if a state marshal is not performing duties compensated by the state, is performing other similar duties, but for a private employer, then this would not kick in. But if they are killed in the line of duty while being compensated by the state, then their survivors would have access to the health insurance.
Thank you for that. So just to compare and contrast sections 11 and 12, we extended, well, I guess section 11 talks about a partnership plan. What's the difference between that and the benefits they're received for an unpaid, because both of these include coverage for an unpaid volunteer firefighter, but it's confusing to me as to what the difference in the benefits are between sections 11 and 12.
I think I know, but let me be sure. Hold on. Thank you for that question, and it is confusing. The difference between 11 and 12 is 11 are municipal employees, or the volunteer firefighters are considered, they're covered by the partnership plan, which is a municipal plan. Section 12 is the state marshals and DOC, and all those other people are covered by, state marshals are covered by the state employee plan. And in section 11, for the volunteer firefighters, once the coverage runs out, they can then go to the state employee plan. That's my understanding. Is that correct? I got it right.
Thank you for that. So is there, can you point me to the language that says once the coverage ends in section 11, that the volunteer firefighter is then eligible to go over to the state plan in section 12? I don't see.
That's where you're,
That's
okay,
where I'm
I know.
drawing.
It was showed
There's
to
a
you.
gap here.
Just for folks out there that are listening, this is underlying law. So this is law that's already in existence, which is why it's sometimes confusing, because there's a lot of, it hasn't come up in our conversations really. What we're intending to do here is to mirror the same benefits for volunteer firefighters that our career firefighters already have. And under line 10, oh boy, when I started talking, I forgot the number. It's 1,000, it's 1009, I believe it starts. So it says, and whose surviving spouse and dependent children are not otherwise eligible for group hospitalization and medical and surgical insurance plan. That's the section that provides that. That's the lines in existing statute that provide that.
Thank you.
Any other questions on this section?
Nope.
Okay.
No, thank you.
Then we'll go on to section 13. Sections 13, 14, and 15 revise current statutes to make it clear that state employees are eligible or will have available checkoff a payroll deduction for their union dues. This is currently the practice, and it has been the practice for a very, very long time. But this language, this will make it clear that that's in statute now and not just the practice of the state of Connecticut. Questions? Nope. So that'll take us to section 16. So 16 through 18, and 16 starts on line 11, 18. And this is about, this is existing statute for our police officers, but we're expanding this. This is from the governor's bill, and it provides tuition waivers for now police, fire, EMS in the state institutions of higher learning. Now, I do want to make a note that we had intended to include dispatchers, because we have in other statutes, we have seen that there's a team that's involved with police, fire, EMS, and dispatchers. And so we would be seeking to amend this language as it proceeds to include the dispatchers. They were inadvertently left out here, but we've left them out before, and it's been brought to our attention, and since then we've corrected it. So we will be correcting it here. But these sections pertain to, they're the same for these employees to receive a tuition waiver for the Connecticut State Community College is in 16. 17 is the Connecticut State System of Universities, Connecticut State University System. And then the last section is UConn, section 18. Any questions? Yes.
Madam Chair, this, I sit on the Higher Education Committee, and I've seen, the topics on tuition waivers for certain groups of people and for different professions. Is there a reason why this didn't go through the Higher Education Committee?
I think similar to some of the other sections that we've been talking about today, there are several committees of cognizance that could take up this language, but because it specifically relates to labor, we chose to do this in the in the Labor Committee.
Okay, thank you for that. And given that this will, I understand that the title is free tuition at the community colleges and these other different universities for these different groups, that ends up, it's free to them, but it's not free to offer. So does this have to be referred to appropriations, or is there a fiscal note that's been identified with this portion of the bill?
We are, the action we're taking today is to JFS it to the floor, but I believe it will probably go through screening and very likely go to appropriations.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So I think, let me just look here at the other underline area. So essentially, and I think you did explain this, but they've served in that position for at least 5 years, and they're eligible. If they're eligible to be accepted, then that's when that would kick in. They're not automatically enrolled, correct? They have to.
That's correct. It's the same as the underlying statute and the other requirements for police officers.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anything else on this section? Or these sections? Okay, then we'll move to section 19, which starts at line 1323. And this pertains to the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority, CHAFA, and it requires that CHAFA develop and administer a program of mortgage assistance to police officers, uniformed members of paid or volunteer fire departments in the state, and emergency medical services personality. And here's the other place where we will be adding dispatchers. And this, such assistance would be available under the program may utilize down payment assistance or other appropriate housing subsidies. So this is, again, we're looking at, we know that we value these personnel, we value our first responders greatly, and we are putting into statute, taking responsibility to make it a better working environment for people in some cases, but in some cases helping them with housing and helping them with education. We think these are good recruitment tools as well, that Connecticut, as much as it will cost us, it will also be a benefit because we do have a desire to increase recruitment and retention of all of our first responders.
Thank you for that explanation. And as a former police officer myself, this may have been nice to, as a first-time home buyer. Madam Chair, I'm just going through the testimony. Did anybody from CHAFA testify on this that we're aware of?
I don't believe there was testimony from them. We can check and see if there was written testimony provided.
Testimony. I'm
Hold
just
on.
going through that.
Let's take a brief pause. In checking with our clerk, we don't have on record any written testimony.
Thank you for that, and I just, what would cause me to ask the question is in the, the first sentence of that, says the Connecticut Housing Finance Authority shall develop and administer a program of mortgage assistance to police officers, and this is all new, and dispatchers. I see that that's been added, but it just seems troubling to me that we have a whole section offering this, and this section is directing them to develop and administer a program that, I don't know where this came from, but they certainly didn't submit any written testimony in support or opposition. I think it's a noble. Like I said, I think if I was at that time in my career, maybe this is something I would have looked at taking advantage of if it existed. But it is a concern to me that we haven't looked at the cost of this, their ability to administer this, take it on, whether they approve or they oppose or have some suggested fixes to this. So that's concerning that this is inserted in here without input from them. That's all I have on that.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next section is section 20. Section 20 is a proposed bill to provide marketing and in consultation with the Commission of Emergency Services and Public Protection, in consultation with the Police Chiefs Association. The goal here is to develop marketing plan for social media and such to really to help us recruit police officers. And if you look at the next section, it's the same. We've had the S language here is to add a section 21, which provides for DAS in consultation with the fire chiefs to do the same for fire. So the goal here is for the state to take on some responsibility for, help provide for marketing plans, because we recognize this is an area where we need to do more recruitment. So that's sections 20 and 21, and 21 is S language. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you. I'll just start with section 21. I noticed that the Commissioner of DESP submitted written testimony opposing this section, requiring them to and their partners to develop a plan to promote the law enforcement profession. I'm just reading here from Commissioner Higgins. We appreciate the intent and note that DESP is already increasing outreach to prospective law enforcement officers. We actively highlight law enforcement careers on social media platforms, LinkedIn, Instagram. Additionally, there's already language regarding, they oppose the last section as well, because they've already got a law enforcement career pathway report. So I just stumbled across that piece of it. But just, we've got section 19 that had no CHAFA input, section 20 that's opposed by DESP, and looks like DESP opposes section 19 as well. It's troubling to me that we've got a huge bill like this, and this is not S language, I understand, I don't believe, at least
Section 21 is.
Section 20 is not.
20 is not.
I understand that was in here, but the fact that we've got testimony from the commissioner opposing I can't believe that we're putting forth a product like this with all these different bills. We have two of our major organizations within the state, DESP and CHAFA, who both, one doesn't have input and the other is opposing, and we're steamrolling, full speed ahead. I'll just say I'm disappointed that to see that when I just quickly just looking at the written testimony, it pops right up that we didn't address that. Has anybody spoken with Commissioner Higgins to understand? No, I just lost my spot. Has anybody spoken with Commissioner Higgins to find out, to see if there's any common ground there? Do you know, Madam Chair?
I don't believe, I'm not aware of that. Certainly, I did not.
Oh, I have another question.
Go right ahead.
So on section 21, I understand that that is S language, requires the Office of the Fire Marshal to develop, coordinate, and implement a plan. That, I'm reading the summary here, to promote the firefighter. And I completely understand our goal. We are short on first responders. It's hard. I think we've got 2/3 of what we would like to have for our state police. Cities and towns are struggling, and it's an issue, I think, well beyond, first of all, it's an issue nationally with a lot of the requirements that we put on our police officers, so getting people in the door is tough. We've taken away qualified immunity as part of our, the way that the statutes read really is not friendly, so I understand the challenge there. But can you talk about how Section 21 came about and why this was added to the bill, Madam Chair?
We're going to try and get a little more information about the origins of it, but I think oftentimes we look at, we're careful that when we look at first responders that we're inclusive in approaching these issues. So I think, but there may be additional information that we can get for you. I will say that, I know that this bill is going to ultimately be in appropriations, and so it's going to require that we address and balance some of the financial aspects of these that are contained within this bill. I think that I even appreciate the commissioner recognizing that the intention here is good. And I think we are looking at how do we, as a legislature, ensure that we're doing what we can to help with the recruitment of our first responders. So, I'm sure there will be additional conversation as we move this bill through the process. But as to the involvement of DAS and the fire chiefs, we'll get that answer for you if we can in a minute. We'll go back on the record. So in looking into where the ask came from, it actually came from the minority leader of the House, Representative Candelora, and also we have just learned from the governor's office that this is also an ask that they had in their DAS ask. So I think I appreciate the question. But I would like to suggest that unless you have more questions on 20 and 21, this might be a good time to take a brief recess. So, you know, I expect we're going to be here for a long time. We're about halfway through 5003. So if people want to take a short recess, it is 12:56. Why don't we reconvene at 1:15? That'll give time for people to bring lunch in and use the restrooms. Thank you. We will be in recess till 1:15. Okay, we'll go back on the record. And I believe we had just concluded with section 21, and we're on to section 22. And section 22 requires the state police and DEMIS to expand the Connecticut Recovery through Intervention Support and Initiating Services. This is the Crisis Pilot Program, and we're expanding it to be statewide. Any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. And I just went back to look at Commissioner Higgins' testimony, and he did address, of course, he was calling it Section 21, which has now been changed with something else, but he's referring to this crisis initiative. And I think it's worth this group taking a look at his comments, not perhaps this second, but considering how that affects the bill, because he said that that program already exists statewide. It's already funded on a biennium budget effective July 1st, 2026, and he says this section is redundant. So I don't know that to be the case, but this is the Commissioner of Public Safety, so I think it's worth looking into his comments.
Thank you for pointing that out, and we will take a look at his comments, and we will endeavor to dig into this. We'll dig into it a little more and see, but thank you for those comments. Moving on to section 23. I'm just taking a note. Section 23. This will allow a municipal employer from developing what's called a DROP, a Deferred Retirement Option Plan. Currently, when state employees retire and come back to work after they've retired, there are provisions that allow them to do that and earn additional credit in their pension. This would be allowing a municipality to create a deferred retirement option plan, and then if an employee who's retired comes back to work, they could earn additional credit for their pension. Any questions on that? Okay, moving on to section 24. Section 24 provides that it affects our personal care attendants when they're working in someone's home. If there's virtual monitoring going on and that video is used in a disciplinary procedure, then the footage also has to be shared with the employee. And it goes on to I think that's all this does in this. I mean, there were some questions raised about whether this would be FOIAble, and in looking into that question that came up, it will not be FOIAble because these are not state employees. In fact, they are employed by the consumer. Any questions? Representative Weir.
So I think I understand that, but what this is saying is if the resident, the person receiving the care, my relative is receiving care in his or her home, and they have cameras watching, and there's an alleged abuse or alleged incident involving the the health care provider, that the homeowner, the person receiving the care, is responsible for turning over that camera information to. Can you explain a little bit more about how that?
So
how we get a hold of that information?
Sure. Those PCAs that are represented by a union have a grievance procedure, and in that grievance procedure, if the employer is relying on footage from a video camera to discipline that person, then that information has to be provided also to the employee.
Okay, thank you. So not just the fact that we have you on video doing X, Y, or Z, but they are entitled, if the union or employer has access to that footage, they have to share it with the person who's being accused of. Okay, fair. Thank you.
Okay, so that's item number 24, section number 24. Section 25 also pertains to PCAs. And in this section, we know that there have been some really difficult issues around payment of our PCAs that are being paid through a fiscal intermediary that the Department of Social Services contracts with. There have been really some very difficult problems. Historically, the state employed a new fiscal intermediary, and we have some new problems. So this really goes toward making sure that there's documentation. And so if you look at section B there of that, or subsection B, it points out that the Commissioner of Social Services will post quarterly reports with the information. And then if you go down to item number 2, in addition to the audited financial statements of the fiscal intermediary, that's in 1421. 1423 lays out all of the items that have to be covered in those reports, the number of weekly consumer-approved timesheets, the number submitted on time, the number resubmitted after correction, number paid on time, timesheet processing error rate. These are very specific. These are very specific items that we're requiring, and I think the intent here is to make sure that the fiscal intermediary can perform the functions that they are expected to perform. The problems that we had in cost, I think, about $1 million in back pay this year, because they weren't keeping the correct records, and they weren't able to. The fiscal intermediary wasn't able to demonstrate, why they had withheld pay in some cases. So this is designed to create statute that would require that of them.
Okay, thank you. And we have put a requirement on DSS. Do you know, Madam Chair, if they've weighed in or submitted testimony? Can't remember whether they were here in person.
I don't believe we heard from them in person. We can ask our clerk to look and see if there's written testimony. I can tell you they're very aware of the problem. There have been a lot of, I've even been involved in conversations with the commissioners around this, issue. It's been subject of public hearings in appropriations and in human services. It's come up quite a bit. So I'm sure that the commissioner is aware of this bill and what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions? Do you see any? Okay. Hold on, I'll go take a look. Back on the record, there is a testimony from the commissioner, and she is in opposition to the bill, or to the language. Or to this section is probably the right way to say it.
Okay, thank you. That was DAS? I'm sorry,
DSS.
Okay,
Yeah.
I saw DDS in there. I did not see DSS.
It may also pertain to DDS. I know that the DDS has some involvement as well, but hold on, let me look. In this section, I believe it's just DSS. I know in the previous section it was both DSS and DDS in section 24. did you, I may be missing it, but that's what I,
Yeah, DDS is, they're opposing 23 and 24, but since those numbers have changed, I can't tell if those are now 24 and 25 or 22, because everything shifted because we
Yes.
added 21, so I think that would be now 24 and 25 if I read that correctly. That's DDS. I don't find the DSS, but if I'm reading this correctly, it's because this requires these items to be publicly reported, and they're citing privacy concerns with payroll and timekeeping. So again, because trying to mix and match and get the right, let's just maybe on the record note that DDS for sure has concerns with implementing and privacy, and DSS, I haven't seen their concern. But at least it's on the record that they think they should be consulted if we're requiring them to do something they have significant concern against. Thank you.
thank you, Representative. Moving on to section 26, and 26 and 27 both deal with, excuse me, with crane leases. Section 26, let's see, that puts in a lot of this points out that it actually changes existing statute. If you'll see in 1480, it adds leasee, and a definition means a person, firm, partnership, corporation, limited liability, company, association, other legal entity that rents or leases a crane or hoisting equipment. So we're adding that to the definition. And then taken in connection with the next section, section 27, my understanding is this is to expand the board of, it's called the Examining Board for Crane Operators. And my understanding is there's been a problem that this board really hasn't been functioning for a long time. And there's a need for us to make sure, for safety purposes, that these cranes are being inspected and that the board is being revitalized by changing expanding the board. You'll see in line 1490, we are adding an additional member who will be a crane operator. For both them have to be crane operators having at least 10 years of experience. And then we're adding another, we're adding, excuse me, thank you. We're adding another, an additional member of the board that would be an owner, of a crane owner. And then we have already had 2 members of the public. So the 2 additional positions there expand the board from 5 to 7. And I think those are the main changes in 26 and 27. Actually, it keeps going on. I apologize. There is, in 28 and 29, also related to crane. Well, actually, this is a long one. This goes all the way through 32. So let me just tell you, in 29, we eliminate the arboriculture exemption for hoisting license and crane license. In section 30, it allows DAS to require a crane or hoisting equipment operator to produce their license for inspection, a crane owner to produce their registration certificate, and 3, crane or hoisting equipment operator, crane or hoisting equipment owner or leasee to produce any document establishing an agreement between them and an entity to perform crane or hoisting work on the premises. So this is really making sure that we have the proper statutory authority to really begin to, again, ensure that these are safe, that these cranes are being operated safely in our state. In Section 31, addresses stop work orders against crane owners or operators, and it allows DAS to issue stop work orders against a crane owner or there again we describe it as crane owner or operator, hoisting equipment operator, or lessee if they are demonstrating incompetence or negligence, allowing operation in an unsafe manner, or not complying with the applicable laws on their licensing requirements. It also prohibits the stop work order from requiring unrelated construction activities to stop unless they are an immediate danger to any individual or property. It requires the stop work order to remain in effect until the DAS commissioner determines that the violations have been resolved. It allows owners or operators who received a stop work order the ability to request a hearing to contest it. It requires the DAS commissioner to notify the examining board about each stop work order issued and requires the commissioner to adopt implementing regulations. And then Section 32 addresses the civil penalties for crane violations. And I believe, if you'll give me 1 second, I don't see that, I don't believe there's S language here. Or is it all S language? It's all S language because we just added it. Any questions?
29, we just did through 29 sections.
We did all of the sections, starting with 26 through 32. I will note that this issue has also been voted, this same concept was heard in public safety and it was put on consent and was voted out. So I think the effort here is to make sure that we have it in this labor bill as well, since it is clearly a labor item, and we are creating a vehicle to try and pass a lot of important legislation this session. In the short session, this is the one of ways we can do it.
No further questions on this.
Okay, great. Moving on, we'll go to section 33. Section 33 is a workforce development bill that builds in an incentive in the school construction provisions. It would increase by 10 percentage points our reimbursement in the event of the existing building would include a technical education space or vocational agricultural center. So this is really to try and make sure that we're expanding our training programs through the technical education arena. It does require that that space be maintained for 10 years as for the intended use. Any questions about that? Representative Weir.
Thank you. Just to note that the Commissioner of DAS opposed this section. It appears, that well-intentioned, but sounds like there's financial burdens on the current school building project. Sorry, the small print here font. So DAS has a concern with this. I think that should be noted for the record as we're continuing to develop this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for mentioning that. We are aware that this is the legislative process, and sometimes we're not in agreement with the administration. But I know that we will attempt to work through our differences. I think we're setting priorities in this bill, and one of our priorities is to make sure that we are really preparing our young students to be the workforce of tomorrow. So hopefully we'll work through that. Moving on to section 34. Section 34 requires each RESC, the executive director of the tech ed system, and DOE to survey their high school work-based learning programs to identify the need for enhanced or new work-based learning programs provided by those same institutions. And I will note that this is a specific, and it really is to conduct a survey, and each RESC would have that information available. Each RESC would develop and maintain their own survey procedure and could conduct subsequent surveys as necessary. I will note that this is a request that came to us from the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. I think that these all go hand in hand to try and really make sure that we're able to position ourselves to really provide high quality workforce and to fill needs where they exist currently. Section 35 is an educator externship to be done in the with the private sector, and it is again a CBIA ask that the State Department of Education create a 2-year pilot of externships, which would provide for educators to participate in experiential learning in the private sector. Any questions? Moving on to section 36. This is a program for a regional workforce navigator position. And it requires each regional workforce development board to include a regional workforce navigator who would coordinate the regional workforce development boards, the governor's workforce council, and DOL to connect individuals participating in adult education programs with workforce opportunities such as internships, apprenticeships, job shadowing opportunities, and credentials offered in the state. The effort here is to make sure that we have a lot of workforce development programs, but oftentimes people don't know where to go to find them. We have another bill, I think, that our Labor Committee will be taking up next on our next agenda to centralize this information. This is actually to provide a navigator in each one of these regional workforce boards to make sure that we are helping people find the opportunities that they need that exist in our state, and we've had difficulty filling jobs and making those connections. So this is a proposal to address that. Any questions? No questions on that. Moving on to section 37. This requires a labor commissioner to develop training on adult education programs in the state, including funding streams for them and performance measures in order to ensure informed collaboration. It requires the training to be given annually to regional workforce navigators. So this goes hand in hand with the previous section, but it would be a requirement on DOL. Any questions? And the next section, section 38, would require the Department of Education to study the effectiveness and benefits of co-instruction models of teaching used by local schools, including those that allow non-certified people to teach alongside a certified teacher. Any questions on that? Okay, moving to 39 and 40. These are a standalone bill, so we'll come back to those. As is 41, 42. Forty-two starts on line 2137. 42 requires an employer with at least 50 employees when its place of business is closed due to inclement weather to make best efforts to allow employees to work remotely if applicable. It prohibits employers from requiring employees to use their PTO when they are working remotely. Questions? Representative Weir.
Yeah, of course, the sections are, excuse me, the sections are a little twisted here, but Department of Labor had submitted testimony on this concept, and we handled that that's right, that was in the last JF meeting, we dealt with that standalone bill. Yeah, so DOL says it's unclear how that would be enforced. If a complaint process is established in CTDOL, it will result in a fiscal impact on our agency. We would welcome the opportunity to talk. So it also says it's unclear about, yeah, I would just say we should look at I don't want to read the whole testimony here, but there are several paragraphs that the commissioner references would be problematic trying to implement this section, and she's referencing section 38. It's now 42. Obviously, we have some new sections in there. So on the record that the DOL opposes because it's unclear how this would be enforced, among other reasons.
Thank you, Representative Weir. Moving on to section 43. This modifies existing statute related to staffing plans that hospitals are required to have. And there's a number of changes here. We have in statute now staffing committees, and those committees are comprised of nurses, and now we would be adding 2 assistive personnel. The staffing committees are already in statute are responsible for setting staffing levels for each unit and for all the employees. So the assistive personnel are also considered in the staffing plans, as they should be. This adds 2 assistive personnel to the committee, and that's done in lines 2181. And then in terms of how those assistive personnel would be selected, if you look at line 2204, in the same regard as how nurses are selected, where there's a collective bargaining unit, the collective bargaining unit shall select their representatives. Then moving on. The next changes, I believe, come in lines 2388. This is just clarifying language to the existing statute that when the hospitals shall report biannually to the Department of Public Health. In that report, they shall include, but it doesn't need to be limited to it, but the date of each instance where the hospital varied from the component outlined in the nurse staffing plan developed pursuant to sections D and E of this section, and the unit in which such variation occurred. And then starting October 1st, DPH has to create a uniform reporting, they have to create a form so that there's uniform reporting, and DPH will be required in this language to post those reports on their website. And then in line starting in 2415, there are increased penalties, and it's clarified that each day that there's a violation is considered a separate violation. And I believe those are the changes to existing statute.
Thank you for that. Madam Chair, do we know how DPH, how they testified on this?
I
See
can
a
check.
very brief testimony, but I want to say, it doesn't say whether it's in opposition or support, or what section. Okay, I'm reading here, they oppose section 3 of the bill, so that doesn't apply here.
Yeah. That was the earlier section that we talked about with creating, and I think actually when they opposed that, they said they weren't able to do it. They think a different agency would be more appropriate, but that's a different section altogether. Okay, great. Any other questions about this? Okay, moving on to section 44. Section 44 would require DPH to set up and administer a statewide certified nursing assistant training program. Under the program, the department would provide grants to organizations that provide education and training to prospective CNAs in the state. And an organization, there would be a grant application process by which an organization could get access to those grants. Any questions? Seeing no hands. Section 45. This this is actually a bill that pertains to creating opportunities, providing information and creating opportunities for our veterans to connect with job opportunities. This is known as the Troops to Trade Bill. It was heard in the Veterans Committee, and the only thing we removed from that bill was a tax credit. So that is already a program that is, it's a bill that has already been JF'd out of veterans. It is their priority. We include it here because we would like to make sure that this is part of this, what we called earlier an aircraft carrier. Any questions on that?
Question.
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, if let's just say the Veterans Bill goes forward, will we, and if this bill were to go forward, would this section be removed from this bill so we don't end up with redundancy? Do they not run the other bill? What's the strategy if you've got the same language in two different committee bills?
I think historically the way that it's been dealt with is that the chamber that's moving the bills forward determines whether to move forward the standalone bill or whether it's better to move forward the aircraft carrier. So I think that would be part of the process down the road a bit.
Thank you.
Moving on to section 46. This is requires the adjunct general within existing resources to increase promotion of and improvements to the military department's state-based employment assistance program. So this employee assistance program, that's what's being addressed here. I will note that it's within existing resources. It also requires the adjunct general to post a QR code for the DOL Veterans Information website at training sites for the Reserves or National Guard. Seeing no hands, I'll move on to 47. In 47, there is a change here that we previously, we are now referring to what's called a veteran stand-down event. It requires the veterans, excuse me, it requires the Veteran Affairs Commissioner to annually hold a one-day stand-down event that offers services, supplies, or assistance to veterans. And furthermore, if you look at the next section, Section 48 would change existing statutes so that these stand-down events would replace what was previously in statute called a one-day event. Now it would be the stand-down event, which would provide the veteran who participates with the waiver from the fee of a motor vehicle operator's license or an identity card renewal. I think this is really updating what's actually happening out there. I know in my community there are stand-down events regularly, and I think this is just really bringing into line with what is currently called a stand-down event, so that there's clarity about when veterans qualify for the motor vehicle waiver. 49. Section 49 is the recommendations from DECD to promote a veterans employment program. It requires DECD commissioner to develop recommendations for legislation to promote employment of current and former members of the armed services. Seeing no hands. The S language now before us includes Section 50, which is a bill that we already JF'd out of this committee, which is the Paycheck Transparency Bill. It adds in the bill that we JF'd as HB 5387, which is the wage range and benefit disclosure in job ads. There are some changes in this language from that bill that we earlier JF'd, and you'll see it on, it's the removal of a requirement of an annual obligation to provide the wage ranges. I will note that an employee can still request to get that information or would be required to get it when they're promoted or there's a job change. So we took out the annual obligation on the employer. We also reduced the penalties. It was originally a penalty fine on line 2729. Statutory damages is not less than, it was 1,000. We've changed it to 500, and not more than 5,000, which it previously was 10,000. So that's almost the exact same bill with those modifications. And then sections 52 and 53 are, that's new, and it's grants for junior firefighter programs, and it provides for an appropriation of $50,000 that would require the state's fires administrator to establish a grant program for junior firefighters run by volunteer fire departments. Any questions? Okay, so we have gone through the entirety of this with the exception of the sections that are also standalone sections. And I think it might be easiest to look at the, well, we can either look at the Senate bills or look at the, actually I have all my notes in 5003. So we'll go back to the sections, but let's take a pause for a moment. We're going to take a 5-minute pause, and we'll be back in the record at 2:05. Okay, I'm going to ask, okay. We're back on the record, and I'm told there are no further questions on item number 1, House Bill 5003. I would, it's been moved and seconded, so I'd ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 1, House Bill 5003, an act concerning workforce development and working conditions in the state. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, and the relevant LCO is 3401. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera, Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No?
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we'll be holding votes open to be determined for how long at the end of our agenda. Moving on to item number 2, Senate Bill 345, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace, pre- and post-shift hours, and establishing a task force to study workplace heat safety standards, and this is a JF to the floor.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions or concerns? Representative Mastro Francesca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just a couple of questions, and actually a couple of comments on, I guess it would be Section 1. I know I've seen this bill before. We had something last year that passed that expanded breastfeeding in the workplace. The law is already on the books, and I think for the most part, employers are very accommodating to the women in their offices. They want them to come back to work, and I think it's a great thing. And they're very accommodating to them. I'm curious, what is the difference between this bill and the current law? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative. This bill does change the language, which says, and it makes it an employer's a requirement that they shall provide a reasonable break time. I will say that this has been, the way the language reads now is in fact how I believe the federal government would require, but by doing this bill the way we have worded it, it will put into statute, it will codify what's been done at the federal level in terms of the interpretation. So we're codifying what is, I think, currently required at the federal level.
Okay, thank you. And so currently, right now, women can express their milk or breastfeed during their times of break. And I believe what this bill particularly does, it takes that away, their meal breaks, and they can just actually do it on demand when they need to. Is that the correct interpretation?
I think it does provide, and this is how I think it has been interpreted by federal law, that you have to provide that break time when it's reasonable, when it works. It's not, what we've found is that doing it on a set time like a meal break might not be the schedule that a person who's is expressing milk, that's not the schedule their body requires. And so I think that there's an understanding that we need to change that so that it works for the person who's breastfeeding.
Okay, thank you. And this is on the work site. In other words, can an employee just leave to go home?
I don't
On
believe this
demand.
bill addresses that.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have, which to me is obviously, I think women that can breastfeed is the most healthiest thing you can do for your child. It's absolutely beautiful. I think what's getting me here with this bill is there's many references on lines 10, 15, and 19 that we are removing the word her, and we are replacing that with such employees. Can you tell me why we are removing the word her?
I believe that this is to recognize that people have different gender identities.
Okay, but her, through you, Madam Chair, it's a woman. Are you insinuating that men can breastfeed?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so it is for women. Would you agree with that? That her It's not such employee. It's her. It's for women. Women breastfeed. Is that a true statement? Would you agree with that?
There are people who are, identify as something other than female, even though they are able to breastfeed.
But only women can breastfeed. That's my point.
I
So-
understand your point, and I know this has been brought up in other committees, and it's been hashed out like this. I think what we're trying to do is to be sensitive to the fact that there are people who have different gender identities. And using inclusive language shouldn't offend anyone, although I know in the past we've had that debate.
Right. I take personal, I'm offended by it, to be quite honest with you. It's women, her, that are breastfeeding. This is very specific to breastfeeding. Nobody's insulted. You can identify whatever you want. But when it comes to breastfeeding, it's women. And you're removing the word her. We do this all the time in this building. We marginalize women constantly by removing them on a statute like we don't exist anymore. I find it so highly offensive, Madam Chair. There's no reason for it. What you're insinuating, what you are saying, is that men can breastfeed. That's basically what you're saying. You can identify what you want. If you want to identify as a man, you can do that. If you're a man, you want to identify as a woman, you can do that. But you're still biologically sexed, male or female. And only females can breastfeed. And you're removing them from the equation in this bill. This is the big problem that I have with this, Madam Chair. Boy, I'll tell you, it really gets under my skin. We are marginalizing women in this building. We constantly do it. And it really needs to stop. Let's not be politically correct. It's fact. Only females can breastfeed. Period. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I have another question on this bill, but since we're on the subject of the breastfeeding in the workplace situation, I just want to reiterate what I think was a very strong point made by my colleague, that most employers are very willing to accommodate their employees. I have mentioned it many times in this committee that I think it's dangerous that we consistently put forward legislation that creates this sense that there is some sort of battle between the employer and employee on these things. I don't know that there was any testimony from anyone suggesting that their employer refused to accommodate them at a certain time. I just can't even imagine that's the case. If you have an employee that is breastfeeding and they want to take their breaks around when that's convenient to them, I can't imagine that doesn't work for most employers. And if it's a job that there's a legitimate requirement that the employer has, well, then I think that is the responsibility of the employee to be able to accommodate it. So, I have a little difficulty with the notion of the policy, other than, we do need to recognize that people who are breastfeeding obviously can still be very quality employees that are valued and should be treated that way. But I don't think we need a law to guarantee that. And we already have the existing federal statute as well as the state law that was passed to accommodate that federal requirement. This just goes a little extra far in that regard. Also, I want to concur with Representative Mastrofrancesco about the gender identity question that was brought up. I don't have as much to say about it. Clearly, I just don't think that it's necessary to write policy to accommodate people that have mental illness. The fact of the matter is that only women can breastfeed, and there's no reason to change the language as a result. This section about the heat study, which is also part of this bill, my understanding is that there was a lot of conversation about this last year, and I think at the end of the day we didn't end up doing anything on it because it became very clear that there are already standards in place from our federal and state OSHA requirements. Is there a gap in the OSHA protections that this would necessarily fill, Madam Chairman?
I do believe that there have been a number of incidents where people have become ill or have even died from heat-related issue at work. And I don't think the standards that are in place now are actually working well enough to prevent those incidents from happening. I don't have chapter on verse on that. I don't have, if you're going to ask me to outline each one of those incidents, I know we have heard testimony about it in the past. So this creates a task force to study the issue. There are professionals that are academics that are working on these issues. I think there's an opportunity here to bring in folks with that expertise that will help us to determine what are the ways we could address this issue in our state.
I appreciate the answer, Madam Chairman. I just think that, OSHA promulgates its own regulations, and they're doing it through a completely nonpartisan lens and focused primarily on their main function, which is to make sure that job sites are safe. I think the danger here is that there's a mixture of good intentions from lawmakers in both parties who want to see increases in safety, but that is also coupled with collective bargaining issues, negotiating terms of employment on behalf of unions and their representatives, and it gets very sticky. I think we should just leave this up to the OSHA people to determine what are the proper parameters as it is now, and I don't see a reason to go down this road of creating a task force, which will ultimately be made up of people that are appointed by the standards established in the bill, which will be a majority of Democrats because they serve in the majority in the legislature, and they will obviously lean towards siding with one side of this equation. To me, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy that when you create a task force that is manned by people that will want more regulation, that they will advocate for more regulation. Not surprised when it happens. So for those reasons, I'll be a no on this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I will comment a bit on this because I appreciate what you're saying about OSHA and CON-OSHA, but having worked in the field of labor relations for decades and decades, I have been aware for a long time that OSHA does not have a lot of regulations that I think, definitely need. There have been debates on the federal level and on the state level, but debates concerning indoor air quality. We know that there are problems with indoor air quality, yet we don't have a strong OSHA standard or much of a standard at all from OSHA on indoor air quality. There are so many areas, and heat-related illnesses is just one piece of the puzzle in terms of figuring out how do we really protect workers. And I think we do all share that interest. The hope here is that a task force could dig in on this. And in Connecticut, and sometimes this happens where a state can take on an issue like this and come up and forge an approach that then becomes, it goes to other states and eventually becomes law of the land. And I think this heat-related illness is one of those areas where we need to really dig in and try and figure out the problem. We had initially, when we first proposed this bill, it had very specific standards written into it. There was testimony from a lot of different sources, not always people that agreed on everything, but agreed that we needed to do more study of the issue before we could come up with something that could be enforced. So I think that this is, a longstanding effort, but unfortunately, I don't think our country or our state has really come to the point where we really are protecting every worker, whether they're working indoors or outdoors, from all of the dangerous conditions that they work in. We've made incredible strides over the last 100 years, but I don't think we're there yet. So for that reason, I would urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill. Representative Weir.
Couple short comments. One, start with Section 3 and work backwards, Madam Chair. Thank you. I remember this bill last year, and there was, there were, in my opinion, it was too specific, as you identified, that the level of of the granular level of detail of the requirements made it hard to comply. We're going to make it very impractical for anybody on the job site as a worker or as an employer. So I appreciate that we recognize that. But the testimony we heard, from the experts, one in particular was I don't recall there being a ton of expert testimony. One was the Corey Stringer Institute. So as far as I'm concerned, these you've got OSHA that has very detailed standards, and they've got an enforcement mechanism. Corey Stringer had no enforcement mechanism, of course, but they had recommendations on how these standards could be implemented in the work site. So I just think we're overcomplicating it with a task force. I don't know why we don't, we could simply state we're going to adopt the OSHA guidelines. I've used them, implemented them both as an employer and as somebody working in the field, taking their best practices. When I'm out on my farm and it's 90 degrees, it's like I remember that training that you got to take frequent breaks, you got to seek shade. So those guidelines exist. I think we're complicating the process by having a task force when that's not going to help anybody today. It'll be a year before anything gets implemented, maybe 2 years, when these standards and best practices and guidelines already exist. So I really think we're making it more complicated and less practical, and by going down this route. The other thing I wanted to point out on section, where are we here? Oh, excuse me, section 2, with the hours worked. And we're addressing the time that an employee spends in security screenings required by an employer. I believe that is already law. There was a recent Supreme Court case that came down within the past 60 days, if not 30 days, outlining what is and what is not acceptable, and employee recourse to address exactly lines 41 and 42. So I'd urge this committee to look at that. I believe that to be existing law, federal law from the Supreme Court. So that'll be, that's all I have on this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 2, Senate Bill 345, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace, pre- and post-shift hours, and establishing a task force to study workplace heat safety standards. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes, Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding votes open, and the time will be announced at the close of the meeting. Next item on the agenda is Senate Bill number 348, an act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for public workers, Public Works Department employees. Is there a motion? So moved. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. We have had this bill before, so I know that this is to mirror statute that we have enacted in the past, which would provide workers' compensation when from leaving the home to the place of work and back home when a worker is called in on emergency. I know that there will be questions and comments on this. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, yes, we've had this bill before, and I believe that myself and other members of the minority have attempted to modify this bill in an effort to try and get us to a point where we can support it. Because I'm not against it in theory. I just think that the language that is before us is a little on the broad side. Reading this, it appears to me that what we would be doing is making a requirement, which, again, like a lot of bills in this committee, is something that normally would be collectively bargained for, but instead the committee is taking it upon themselves to become the collective bargaining agent for the employees in this case, and to just by statute put things into effect. I just want to remind everybody that when you do that, you're denying not only the employer's right to negotiate those terms, you're denying the employee's right to negotiate those terms. And sometimes that works not to their benefit because just as if you squeeze a balloon in one place, it's going to expand in another. And if you require an employer to provide certain benefits in some place, then they do not have the ability to offer other benefits that the employee might have preferred. So, that is my objection on many of the bills that we have in this committee, is that it's not the role of the Connecticut legislature to become a collective bargaining advocacy organization. It's our job to make good policy for the people of Connecticut. And this is a policy where we would be expanding the benefits given to these employees beyond anything that exists in the private sector. Nobody has this type of coverage for workers' compensation in the private sector. Not a single soul. I don't think there's anyone that has this type of benefit at all. And what is happening here is not only would we be expanding the coverage for workers' compensation to cover people who work for the Public Works Department in cases similar to first responders and so forth, which I'm not against in the sense that you're talking about people that drive, plow trucks, for example, on dangerous days when it's snowing, that kind of thing. And if the bill simply limited it to the time that they were actually being asked to travel to and from work, portal to portal, like the title of the bill says, I could probably get behind it. But this bill does far more than that. This bill says that it's not only portal to portal, but it also would cover those employees when such employee is subject to emergency calls while off duty by the terms of such employer's employment. So that means that if you're on call, you're covered, no matter what you're doing, no matter where you are. And to me, that's just excessive. I don't understand why we would want to expand the coverage so significantly. I imagine there's probably some state employees that are on call all the time. Does that mean that they have work comp every day, every moment of the year, even when they're asleep? I don't think it's appropriate. So, Madam Chairman, I have talked to my colleagues on the minority side, and we have agreed to support an amendment, which I'd like to offer, which is a very, very simple amendment, and it would change the sentence on line 33 and line 34, and would strike the part where it says subject to emergency calls, and instead insert reporting to an emergency call. So in other words, it would go from covering them all the time when they're on call to just if you're on call and then you're called in, boom, your coverage begins. So I think that this is a much better and more appropriate accommodation, which would allow those of us in the minority to favorably report this bill and support it in a very reasonable fashion. I move adoption, and I'd like a roll call vote.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. We have had this discussion on a number of occasions, and I know we have not been able to agree on what these words on the paper mean. But I think in the past conversations, it's been clear to me that the employee who's subject to emergency calls is covered and would receive workers' compensation when they are going from work to duty and returning. And I think that's very clear in this paragraph. So I'm not sure I don't think I've ever really understood the dispute, but I believe that the language is clearer on when a person would be eligible to receive workers' compensation. Someone does not receive workers' compensation all the time, as you would suggest. They receive it if they receive it when they meet these conditions, when responding to a direct order to appear, following 2 or more mandatory overtimes, work shifts on consecutive days in the course of his or her employment. And it does require that they are going to receive workers' comp, but they must be in the course of departing from such individual's place of abode directly to duty, such individual's duty, and the return directly to such individual's place of abode after duty. And I know we don't agree on this, but this is what determines when a person is eligible for workers' compensation, and they have to meet those criteria. I've never really understood our disagreement on this, so I will urge my colleagues to vote no. Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you for indulging me to let me say another quick word. If we do, in fact, agree on what the policy should be, then we should write the bill so it's clear. All right, in my view. I mean, when it's not clear and you have a whole room full of people and some of them think it means something and some of them think it means something else, that means that out there in the real world, the same thing's going to happen, right? That's not a good solution. In fact, we have a concept in our laws, and you'll see that the Supreme Court has overturned many a statute for what they would call void for vagueness. I don't actually disagree that this is vague. I think that the language is quite clear. On line 37, right near the end of the line, the word "or" exists, which tells us that in order for this policy to become in effect, any of the preceding items can happen. It doesn't require multiple items to be in effect. There's no "and." It's not you have to be on call and be being called in. It says "or." And the very first item is simply that you're subject to emergency calls while off duty. That's it. So that satisfies it all by itself. And I don't think there's any dispute over the language, frankly. So if you vote against this amendment, basically what you're saying is that you think that people should have workers' comp all the time when they're on call, whether they're actually being called in or they're actively going to and from work portal to portal. The amendment simply clarifies that it is for people when they're actually being called in. And I encourage folks to adopt the amendment because it's a much more fair and reasonable accommodation than the more broadly written version in the underlying bill. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Seeing no other hands, then I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested on Agenda Item 3. This is Amendment A to Senate Bill 348, an act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees. Again, this is Amendment A. Senator Kushner?
No.
Representative Sanchez?
No.
Senator Cabrera?
No.
Representative Wilson?
No.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir?
Yes.
Representative Hall? Representative Hughes?
Yes. I mean, what am I saying? No.
Okay. Senator Lesser? Representative Canino?
Yes.
Representative Gauthier?
No.
Representative Mastro Francesco?
Yes.
Representative Shake?
No.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Will you call the tally? Will you tell us what the vote was, please?
Total voting 11, total voting yea 4, total voting nay 7, total absent 2.
The motion fails. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much. Madam Chairman, yeah, certainly I'm disappointed because I did want to vote for this bill. And now I cannot because I do believe that the underlying bill is too expansive. And I have to tell you that it's somewhat distressing that when I think that I think I very clearly explained the difference in opinion about the language in the bill, and I would argue that the facts are on my side about what that language in the bill actually says. And I'm just afraid that that our partisan divide has grown to the point where even if we agree on the concept of what we're discussing and the intent of it, that I can't get the majority to acknowledge that the minority exists and offered a reasonable idea on something as minor as this. It almost makes the case for, why bother coming? Why bother debating the bills? If we were legitimately going to try and resolve the issue and decide what is the proper policy and had a debate about what the language says to make sure we got it to the place that we agreed to, I would have been more than happy to do that. But to dismiss my concern out of hand, when in fact I'm so unbelievably confident that I'm correct about what the language says, it's actually disturbing. And my colleagues are very nice to me, and we get along very well up here. But there is a significant concern over lack of respect when the fact that me and my Republican colleagues, who represent a significant portion of the population of these people, are basically dismissed out of hand, even when we're right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. And Senator Sampson, I know last session, we had an extensive discussion about this, a debate on the floor of the Senate. And I was being advised by our attorneys, some of whom specialized in this particular part of the law. And I want to assure you, I'm not ignoring what you're saying. I just think I'm as equally confident that I'm right. And I'm right not because I thought of it, but because I went to the attorneys who are used to looking at statute and interpreting it and working with it, and they have convinced me that the change that you've discussed, it might actually make it more confusing. I, however, do want to continue this conversation. I think that we should sit down with our attorneys in the room, because we know that when we're creating statute, there are people who specialize, as we have an LCO, we have OLR, our caucuses have attorneys that specialize in these things. And I'm happy to sit down again and go over it, because every time we've had this debate, it's been in this setting or in the chamber. Maybe we should sit down outside of these settings and parse the words that are on the paper, because I do think this isn't out of some partisan divide. This is really, truly a disagreement about what the language says. And I'd be happy to do that. I hope we'll have an opportunity to do that. And so we're not doing it on the floor of the chamber again. Thank you. Having said that, are there any other comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 3, Senate Bill 348, an act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No?
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino. Representative Gauthier.
Yes.
Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
As I mentioned earlier, we'll be holding votes open, and the time will be set at the close of the agenda, at the end of the agenda. Moving on to item number 4, Senate Bill number 351, an act establishing a just cause standard for teacher termination decisions and requiring termination hearings to be before a neutral arbitrator. This is JFS to the floor, and it's LCO number 3327.
Seconded?
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? Teacher termination, item 4. Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 4, Senate Bill 351, an act establishing a just cause standard for teacher termination decisions and requiring termination hearings to be before a neutral arbitrator. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, LCO 3327. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 5, Senate Bill number 352, an act concerning the minimum fair wage and persons employed at cannabis establishments. This is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. This is pretty straightforward. We've had this bill before. This would simply establish what has already been established by the Department of Labor, but it would codify it in the cannabis statutes that the tipped wage credit is not permitted in cannabis establishments. Any comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 5, Senate Bill 352, an act concerning the minimum fair wage and persons employed at cannabis establishments. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner,
Yes.
Representative Sanchez,
Yes.
Senator Cabrera,
Yes.
Representative Wilson,
Yes.
Senator Sampson,
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir,
No.
Representative Hall, Representative Hughes,
Yes.
Senator Lesser, Representative Canino, Representative Gauthier, Representative Mastro Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 6, Senate Bill number 353, an act concerning reasonable accommodations in the workplace for conditions related to menopause. This is a JF to the floor.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Any comments or questions? Representative Mastro Francesca.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple questions for clarification first on this particular bill. In the beginning of the bill, there's no definition of menopause. And I think that is important that that should be in the bill, because are we talking menopause? Are we talking postmenopause? Are we talking premenopause? Are we talking just menopause of that 12 months after your menstrual cycle? There's no definition in this bill for it. Through you, Madam Chair, can you tell me why it's not in there?
Certainly. I can't comment on why it isn't in there, but I can say that I believe it didn't get, the definition wasn't created. I recognize I take your point, and I think that we probably could arrive at an agreement on a definition for menopause, but I would urge that we do that at a later date, and we don't try and construct that here today, but I'm happy to continue the conversation on that.
Okay, thank you. And then, so the bill is specific to menopause, the definition of menopause, correct? Not pre or post?
I don't want to answer that because I don't think we've decided what does menopause include. Does it include premenopause? It very likely does, but I don't want to preclude that from any comments that I might make here.
Okay, thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, should this bill pass, how does a woman actually notify their employer that they are going pre-post at menopause? Do they have to just go up to them and tell them? Do they need a doctor's note? How does all that work through you?
Well, this would require the same notification procedures as it would for any of the other conditions that are cited here, like pregnancy. I don't think that we have any special requirements in statute. We're amending the statute for reasonable accommodations to include menopause, but it would be the same as in existing statute.
Thank you. So I'm a little confused. How does one recognize that? You're saying what are the requirements? You're saying for pregnancy because you look pregnant and then you have to make reasonable accommodations. Don't they need a doctor's note or something? Through you.
That was not what I was saying. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Representative, not Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative. I wasn't responding to say that you would have to look pregnant. What I'm saying is this is existing statute. It's been in law for a long time, and we're not changing any notification to the employer, any procedures. So whatever exists currently for other reasonable accommodations that are made, and I mentioned pregnancy because it's right there on the page before me, that it would be the same process by which someone would notify their employer. That your question was to how would they notify the employer, and that we're not changing anything in existing statute, so it would be the same process by which others would notify the employer if they had another condition that is covered by the reasonable accommodations.
Okay, thank you for clarification. I'm not insinuating that you have to look at someone to see that they're pregnant. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is what is the current statute say right now when it comes to notifying your employer that you need accommodations?
So as always, when we're modifying current statute, the underlying statute, we're not prepping the entire underlying statute, but I'm happy to ask our OLR and LCO if they know from their experience what those steps would be. So if you want to take a moment, we can
I would,
pause.
thank you.
Back on the record, I am referred to line 270, and in answer to your question about procedures for notification, there's nothing in statute that sets forth a procedure for notification. The obligations laid out in 270 are on the employer once the employer has been notified by the employee, but there's no particular requirement of a doctor's note or a verification. It is on the employee to inform the employer. Should the employer decide that they didn't believe the employee and didn't provide what is required in law, then the employee would pursue a charge against the employer.
Okay, thank you. So you're saying that there is no requirement for the employee to provide any documentation or doctor's note or anything based on what you said, but then you did
That's
say
correct.
something about a doctor's note, so,
No, I said they didn't, there is no requirement. You're correct. There's no requirement on any kind of documentation in our statute. It just requires notifying the employer, and then the obligations are on the employer.
okay, so I can basically, anybody at any age can go to work and just tell their employer that they are going through menopause, so forth, that they need special accommodations because nothing is required. Is that correct?
That is correct. The person could simply notify their employer.
Okay, and quite honestly, I think that's insane. There's got to be some kind of documentation or proof that you're having issues, whether it's hot flashes, whatever it is that's related to menopause, to just be able to go into your employer. And not even that, there's no age restriction on it. technically. I mean, obviously, we know the age menopause starts prior to the age of 45 and it goes on, but there really is no age restriction on it. So somebody at the age of 17 or 18 can just basically go to their employer and claim menopause. There needs to
There-
be some sort of documentation or proof of their condition so they can be accommodated. And there's nothing here.
There are, I mean, I don't want to get into a lengthy debate, but there are circumstances that can put a person into menopause earlier than age 45. We all know that, or we should know that. But I think the issue here is if the employer thinks that the employee is making this up, then the employer does not have to comply with the requirements. And if the employer is wrong and then the person files a claim, there would be an opportunity for the employer to make their case why they thought their employee was not being honest and truthful, and the employee would have the opportunity to prove that they were in fact in menopause.
Right. Yeah, and I do thank you for that. And I do understand, obviously, things could happen that could trigger that, which obviously we certainly understand that. But if an employer, because there's a lot of, I'd say hot flashes, maybe you're depressed, whatever. There's a lot, obviously, that we know that goes into that. Is it appropriate for an employer to ask the employee about it? Would that be, if they ask them, maybe they're irritable for that day, because that happens. Would they be able, if they ask their employee, what are you, going through menopause or something? I mean, I know it's crazy, but it could happen. Is that considered harassment? Through you, Madam Chair?
I don't believe that we've addressed that in this bill proposal. I wouldn't want to assume that, I wouldn't want to answer because it might be covered in another statute related to discrimination. But I know that I don't believe this statute, this proposal for legislation goes to the issue of the employer commenting on a person's personality traits for a day and whether or not they're in menopause.
Right, okay. Thank you. I guess the other question I have is, who does this apply to? The menopause?
Who
Through you.
does menopause apply to?
Yes.
I don't have an answer for you on that. I think we could consult medical personnel to find out who they think it applies to, but I think I know where you're headed on this, and I really don't want to engage in another conversation like we had earlier, but I understand your point.
I understand that you don't want to have the conversation, but I do.
Go right ahead.
I guess I'm assuming that this only applies to women, menopause. Would you agree with that, or are you saying that no, this does not only apply to women? Because the bill clearly states that it only applies to women.
I am not going to comment on how a person identifies themselves and whether they use a female identity, identify as a woman. I do believe, in the same way we talked about earlier in the other bill, that a person could identify differently and not identify as female and go through menopause.
Thank you. So the question is not how you identify. The question is, only women can go through menopause. And what I'm hearing, I'm assuming that you're not really agreeing with me because of the way people identify. It has nothing to do with how somebody identifies. Either you're right. If you're a woman, you're a female sex, you can go through menopause, but men cannot. And I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out here. Who does this apply to? Are you telling me this would apply to any gender? Through you?
Representative, I would ask you to point out to the point in statute that you're questioning, because what this says very clearly is that a person going through menopause is entitled to reasonable accommodation. But if there's a specific reference here that you want to draw my attention to, I'll take a look at it.
Sure. How about on lines 278? I'm just going down to that one. And on that line, it says that notifies the employer of her pregnancy or condition related to menopause. It says her.
Yes, it
So
does.
her is a female. Are you disagreeing with me on that? And it clearly says her.
I won't disagree with you that we use the word her pregnancy in this point, in this place. And I understand that you're trying to get at the debate that we've been having in this legislature about the use of gender identity and gender language in our bills. We did not go through this bill and put in such persons, but if you want to propose that, I'd be happy to entertain it.
Madam Chair, I'm happy to debate this bill all day here, 24 hours, and when it gets on the floor, because to be quite honest with you, I am tired of being marginalized as a female in this building. So I have no problem having this debate. You can change it all you want. Not a problem. And I will certainly have that debate. And I'm not trying to pin you or anything. I'm just trying to say, I'm not trying to get you to admit that any gender can go through menopause, because we know that's not fact. It's not possible. Only females, sex, woman, female, can go through menopause. So I'm not trying to make that, make you actually say that. But it is clear in here we're talking about women, and I guess they don't want to admit that. Because in this building, we need to be politically correct. And that's not right, because there's a very small portion of the population, whatever that is, whether it's 5%, 10%, that identify as something else. But the other supermajority percentage of women, it affects, and it's not right that we have to change our statutes for this. So I'm really just concerned on who this actually applies to. So if I am I'm going to give an example. I'm transgender. I go to my boss and I say I have menopause. Do they have to make reasonable accommodations for me if I am a man and I say that I am identifying as a woman, and I go to my employer and say I am going through menopause? I need to have special accommodations. Would the employer be required to grant those accommodations? For you, Madam Chair.
I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't know. And I would like to make a comment, because you've talked about women being marginalized. When I first started out as a union organizer in my young 20s, every single contract that I read referred to all persons as him and he. And I believe that's been true in statute as well. And I felt marginalized and not included. And so I really worked very hard in my capacity as a negotiator to change the language of those contracts at the time we changed it to him or her. And I really appreciated it, and so did the people I represented, particularly when I was organizing secretaries who were predominantly identified as female. And now, all these years later, I have a son who's organizing nurses. And in his contracts, he's changing the words from he and him, he or her, him or her, he's changing to they or them. And those nurses are not transgender. The people on his committee that he told me about were not transgender. They were not super activists, but they understood the idea that language matters and being inclusive in their language was important. And I think that's what this debate has been in our legislature. It's not about being politically correct. It's about writing statute such that people who identify differently feel that they are included. And I know we're not going to agree on that, and I appreciate that I'm not trying to convince you otherwise, and I don't want to restrict your ability to have this discussion or say whatever you want to say on the record here today. But I think, certainly I feel strongly that what we're doing here is making change that will make people feel more comfortable and included. And as to the question that you specifically had about transgender men who identify as women, who are transgender, I don't know the proper terminology, and I don't know enough to know what physically people go through when they make that transition. I just don't know, honestly don't know. So I'm not trying to be difficult. I just don't feel like I'm in a position to answer those questions, and I don't know that it's necessary for this discussion or for us to adopt this piece of legislation for me to be that the person that knows the answers to that. We are going to proceed with this discussion. You can speak as long as you want to on the subject, but I'm not going to be able to answer those questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your story when you're telling me about your son and how they're changing terminology in contracts as opposed to always referring to him and his. But Madam Chair, this is totally different because this is specific to biology. A contract for doing a construction job, referring to maybe him or his, maybe you're a little put off by it because there are women that are contractors, right? They do construction, so there are women. So I understand that they want to change that language. But this is different. This is biology, so there is no changing of anything. You're either sex a male or a female. That's where I'm coming from. And I think, Madam Chair, that you're passing this legislation here that I think it really is important that we have all the information and what's required of an employer, because you're putting something into law that's requiring them to accommodate someone. And that's why I asked earlier is that what are the requirements for someone do they need a doctor's note? Or do they need any documentation that they're going through, have been, or past menopause? And that the definition obviously needs to be in there. But somebody who identifies as a woman, as biological man, going into their workplace and saying, I have menopause, and if the employer needs to accommodate them, that's important. We need to have that information before this. I guess I don't have any other further questions, and I guess obviously we'll continue this debate. If it certainly comes to the floor, I'm happy to have it. Not a problem. So obviously, Madam Chair, I'll be a no on this today. I understand where you're coming from. I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I think you did that to yourself by not answering the question. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, I certainly don't feel like I've been on the spot. I feel like I've answered honestly and directly and tried to engage respectfully on a point that we disagree on. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I wasn't going to comment on this bill, and frankly, the conversation, as maybe interesting as it's been, really did bring up a couple of sincere concerns that I have over this language. And I think you were asked a similar question by Representative Master Francesco, and you responded with, I don't know. And if that's your answer, that is fine. But I do think that this ultimate question should be answered and answered on the record, which is, I'm reading through this, and the existing statute is all about determining what a discriminatory practice is. And in the existing statute, you find line 21 say, it shall be a discriminatory practice in violation of this section, and then you read through the next several paragraphs, and you see that there's elements of discrimination itemized, and it has the usual items, race, color, religious creed, age, sex, and gender identity is included. So if you're discriminating against someone based on their gender identity, this is a problem, generally speaking, as far as this state law currently exists. And I hadn't thought about this until the conversation that you just had with Representative Master Francesco, but the fact is that when we go and include the condition of menopause to the existing statute, now you've created a situation where you could have someone who's expressing a gender identity that is different from their biological sex, making a claim that they are experiencing menopause to their employer. And I guess the basic underlying question is, would the employer, in a case where they denied the accommodation for the person claiming menopause, be guilty of discrimination if that person was a biological male based on the notion of gender identity being protected in the underlying statute? And I just think that's a question we should answer. If we're going to put this into state law, I believe the people of Connecticut and business owners need to know what the pitfalls are, potentially, of dealing with folks that, as I described earlier, have a mental illness because they are uncertain of their biological gender. But I think it's important for us to understand what the responsibility of the employer is when dealing with this situation. Through you, Madam Chairman.
I'm sorry, Senator Sampson, but I don't think your question wasn't clear enough for me. So if you could be a little more concise in it, because there was a lot of editorializing in there, so I missed the question.
Well, I was trying to set up the framework of what's in the current statute, but I think I framed the question very carefully, which is based on the underlying statute establishing discriminatory practices, including gender identity, in the underlying law, would an employer be in violation of the underlying statute of performing a discriminatory practice if they fail to accommodate a employee who is claiming that they have menopause and need an accommodation if that person is a biological male who identifies as a female?
Let's pause for a moment. So the proposal that is before us for inclusion of menopause in the reasonable accommodation statutes we do not address anything other than the inclusion of menopause as one of the conditions that a person can present to their employer, and then reasonable accommodations have to be made. If the employer does not believe the person to be in menopause, they would likely not make those accommodations, and then it would be up to CHRO if the employee sought to file a claim against that employer. If they do so and it goes to CHRO, presumably CHRO would address the question that you've asked. it has been pointed out to me that this legislation does require CHRO to, in line, I believe it was 339, develop in conjunction with organizations that advocate on behalf of persons with menopause or related medical conditions, a model workplace policy regarding reasonable accommodations for menopause or related medical conditions, and include such model workplace policy on the Commission's internet website. So CHRO will be involved in developing those workplace policies, model workplace policies. But I think this is really, the question you asked, Senator Sampson, is one that the CHR would have to determine if someone, as you suggested, asked for accommodations because they were menopause and they, I believe you said they were a transgender person who was at birth was male. That would be up to CHRO to figure that out.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I appreciate the answer. I assure you I did not use the term transgender. I don't think there is such a thing, frankly. But I do understand the response that you've provided. And I think it's unfortunate that we're essentially creating a trap, effectively, for an employer to fall into because of the inclusion of gender identity in our existing policy and legal framework in the state of Connecticut. I posed this when it was originally adopted back in 2011 or 12. And for exactly this reason, gender identity is a term that is used in conjunction with gender dysphoria, which is a mental illness that describes someone's confusion over the incompatibility with their personal belief system and their actual biological, scientific gender. So we're creating a situation where this person is going to, and I mean the employer, could run into a very significant legal problem where they may have to fight with a state agency that is not a court, that has the power to act like a court, though, and impose fines and penalties based on nothing more than their opinions. It's actually kind of distressing, frankly. I can understand a bill that would require an employer to accommodate a woman with experiencing the symptoms of menopause, but to accommodate someone with a gender identity of a woman but who is a man claiming to have the symptoms of menopause doesn't make any sense to me at all. I certainly acknowledge the chairman suggesting that the goal is to make people feel comfortable and included, but I will tell you that there are many people who do not feel comfortable and included when we start to change the way we view the world in a non-scientific, non-real way. People can't just identify as things they are not. I can't come in here and tell you I'm a giraffe. No one's going to believe me. And when we write laws that say that people have to believe something that's not true, and they now have to ascribe to policy that ultimately has penalties if they fail to not believe somebody else saying something that is actually documentable and not real, I think it's dangerous. Now, I know that was not the intent of the bill that is before us. We're just making a addition to the list of items that employers need to accommodate, but in conjunction with the gender identity framework that already exists in the statute. I think this one creates a new and very strange situation. I also just want to point out to everyone around the table that many of our classic contracts, documents are written in male language, him, he, etc. But that's English, and it very much indeed implies both men and women. And there's no need to change that unless you have a desire to actually change the English language, because it has nothing to do with empowering one gender or people that don't ascribe to the notion of genders, which is the other baffling part of this whole thing, is that I get people who tell me there's a spectrum and there's no such thing as gender, but then you have people that use the term transgender like they're switching from one to the other. I can't keep up, frankly. I am sticking with my 6th grade health class knowledge of what men and women are, and I'm going to take that with me to the end because at least I can follow that. Madam Chairman, I didn't mean to go down this rabbit hole with you, but I think it's been fun for everybody here at the table to understand the full consequences of what can happen when we start making laws and how these different provisions that are added each year connect with one another. So in this particular case, I think it creates a potential pitfall for employers, and I'm inclined not to support it as a result. I might be inclined to actually, at some point later in the debate, accommodate the proposal if the gender identity protection was simultaneously removed. That might make more sense. But for today, Madam Chairman, I'm going to flag this bill with a no vote. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am supporting this bill because I think it is a first step towards educating that these can be very serious symptoms that, many of us have struggled with for many years and didn't know we could ask for minor accommodations to be more productive, to be more attentive and engaged in our workplace setting. I will just say that, like you alluded to, or some people alluded to, there could be other medical conditions. I know in my 30s, when I had to have a surgery for removal of fibroid tumors, they put me on Lupron, which plunged me into the worst menopause. I had no idea it could be this bad. And I was like, oh my God, why didn't anybody tell me about how bad this is? It was pretty unbearable and I couldn't undo it. I couldn't get, the effects of that medication to shrink the tumors lasted for 3 months. I didn't know I had any opportunity to ask for accommodation, like opening the window and taking off layers of clothes or whatever that could make it livable. So I think this is a first step in towards educating both employees and employers that this is kind of common and can be acute sometimes, and that with some minor accommodations, people can work productively and if they need to cool off, which is the major thing in order to return to work. So I think we're going to go into a little bit of an adjustment phase as this becomes more normalized. I don't believe it's intended to be a trap for employers or employees, but to bring to light something that we have, struggled with silently and remove a little bit of that stigma as we move forward to keep engaged in our workplaces. So I hope my colleagues will support that.
Thank you, Representative. Any comments or questions? I will before I ask the clerk to call the roll, I do want to say this has been an extensive discussion, but I don't want to lose sight of what is being proposed here, which is that the way this will work is if a person is experiencing menopause, that person has to make the request of the employer. They have to identify the symptoms that need accommodating, and that would cause that reasonable accommodation to take place as it does now for pregnancy or a disability. So I just wanted to bring us back to what's being proposed here, and I would ask the clerk call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 6, Senate Bill 353, an act concerning reasonable accommodations in the workplace for conditions related to menopause. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner?
Yes.
Representative Sanchez?
Yes.
Senator Cabrera? Representative Wilson?
Yes.
Senator Sampson?
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir?
No?
Representative Hall? Representative Hughes?
Yes.
Senator Lesser? Representative Canino?
No.
Representative Gauthier? Representative Master Francesco,
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We will be holding the vote open. We'll move on to item number 7. That is Senate Bill number 358, an act concerning the retention of service contract workers. This is a JFS to the floor. It's LCO number 3394.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just pull the JFS language out here. Bear with me. And just to confirm, LCO 3394?
Yes, and do you want me to go through the
That would be great.
S language? If I can try and do that. I think there may be quite a bit of S language in here, but it says that the S language adds a definition of successor employer and expands protections to include when an awarding authority sells or transfers a property where employees or service workers were employed during the previous 90-day period, among other changes. But those are the major changes.
Okay, thank you for that. I wanted to get to a little bit of the testimony, written testimony. Starting at, but before I do that, starting on, I guess it's, between lines 5 and 10, the awarding talks about the awarding authority, meaning any person, including a contractor or subcontractor, that awards or otherwise enters into a contract on food, beverage services at Bradley International Airport and services at a covered location. Awarding authority does not include the federal government or state. So is awarding authority only people providing service to Bradley International Airport at the airport, or that the covered location is picked up in lines 15 through 30? Is that it? So kind of.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me get back. I was going to ask, what does it include? And then I see the covered location. So covered location is lines 15 through 30, all those
Yes.
different areas.
And there is S language there, I might point out, starting on line 28. It now includes the letter O is property owned by a carrier that is used for transportation of students or related services. I think we understand that to be school buses, and then data centers.
Thank you very much for that. So given that S language, I mean, you look at all, this takes away the choice. We heard testimony on this. I heard people both for and against this proposal. The argument for was that workers, when a contract is renewed, could end up without a soft landing, a place to go. There's arguments that they could be picked up by the new employer. This would mandate it. So in this case, we're talking about, just think about a bus. This transportation, bus companies transporting students. That could affect every single one of our towns and cities could be affected by this piece of legislation. So, when I talk to my cities and towns, I talk to our town managers. Some of you have mayors, some of you have first select people. The number one mandate they give me is no unfunded mandates, right? That's the number one thing they ask is, Steve, if I'm asking what is concerning, no unfunded mandates. And this right here, just, anyway, that's an unfunded mandate to our cities and towns who are all dealing with, when we talk about affordability up here, our mill rates are out of control, property taxes are out of control, driven in large part by our school budgets. In my towns, roughly speaking, 75%, give or take, of the entire town or city budget goes to the school system. Of what percent exactly the busing costs are, I don't know. But it's part of that school budget. And for us to now put this where you got bus company A loses the contract, bus company B comes in and takes over the contract, and now is forced to absorb company A's employees to keep them driving those buses. I mean, that's nonsensical. Contracts. Anyhow, let's. Guess I'll, Madam Chair, if it's okay, I just want to go through the bill, and I see that in covered location, back to lines 15 and 16, talking about a multifamily residential building or complex with 50 or more units. Why wasn't this referred to the Housing Committee? I don't understand why this section would be living in labor. Madam Chair, any idea on that?
Because labor has cognizance over how workers are a subject matter like this, which is completely about worker retention.
Well, I guess we have cognizance over, do you see the likelihood that this would be referred to housing to have a vote on whether or not to take this up?
I wouldn't be able to make that determination, but I wouldn't expect it to go to housing.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to, now I've lost my summary here. Bear with me 1 second. Well, I will forego with the summary only to make some statements that, the arguments for retaining a service worker, the arguments were that it could mean security, give a soft landing, give time for service workers who are often very familiar with the properties that they're working on to secure other employment, maybe to secure employment on that particular property. And I maintain that, through these processes, a lot of workers are not guaranteed these same protections. And to now take Company A, who loses the contract, Company B coming in, who may already have employees that are ready to move in, maybe not, and maybe Company B picks up the workers who are familiar and arguably probably doing a great job to stay with that property. But to mandate that now Company B has to absorb those in this process doesn't make any sense to me. We don't, we are putting a burden on employers, on the entire system, not just necessarily the employers, but these locations, including our municipalities, municipal office buildings. We're putting in, obviously, private sector companies, but now we've involved our schools and our municipalities, airports, train stations, all publicly funded and with a mandate that they have to retain the workers who are on site for a period of time. So I'll leave it to my colleagues if there are any more questions. Obviously, this has been quite a bit to absorb all this S language today. I wish I had a little more to offer here, but this, I'll be a no today. Thank you.
Seeing no other hands, then I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A motion has been duly made and seconded for item number 7, SB number 358. This is a JFS to the floor with LCO number 3394. Senator Kushner.
Before we call that, just let's read out the title of the bill to us.
Title of the bill. An act concerning the retention of service contract workers. This is JFS to the floor.
LCO number 3394, and Senator Kushner's a yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
No.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gothier. Representative Master Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be holding votes open, and we're moving on to item number 8, Senate Bill number 442, an act concerning a study of retirement health benefits for paraeducators. This is a JF to the floor.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. This is a study that we've asked the comptroller to do to develop to help us understand how we might provide retirement health benefits for paraeducators. I think we heard testimony that many of there are paraeducators who work for many years in our school systems, and almost universally there is no health benefits on retirement. This is a study to see what that might look like and what the parameters of it might be, and I'm certain it would include what the cost might be. Any comments or questions? Seeing no hands, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 8, Senate Bill 442, an act concerning a study of retirement health benefits for paraeducators. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera. Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
We are.
Representative Gothier. Representative Master Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll be moving on to item number 9. This is House Bill number 5493, an act requiring a study to establish a program to provide stipends for the Connecticut Civil Air Patrol. Is there a motion? Thank you. This is a JF to the floor. We did hear from folks who volunteer their time for the Connecticut Civil Air Patrol, and originally were talking to us about the possibility of having employers be required to provide a certain amount of paid time off to participate in the Civil Air Patrol. This has become a study to see what that would look like and what it would involve. Are there any questions or concerns? Representative Canino.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I am in strong support of this legislation. As a child, I was involved in Civil Air Patrol, and what many people might not know is that Civil Air Patrol actually is involved in a significant amount of the search and rescue missions that go on across this country, one of which is when a plane goes down, the Civil Air Patrol will actually be sent out to go and find individuals that were involved in that accident. I remember doing training exercises in the middle of a wooded area with a giant antenna looking for some black boxes. It's a really great thing for young people and adults to be involved in, and I think compensating individuals when they have to go and do those life-saving duties while they're at work is definitely a worthwhile endeavor for the state, and I urge my colleagues to support this.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? I see no hands. I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 9, House Bill 5493, an act requiring a study to establish a program to provide stipends for the Connecticut Civil Air Patrol. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
Yes.
Representative Gothier. Representative Master Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move to item number 10, House Bill number 5494, an act concerning a study of youth employment classification. This is the JF to the floor. Is there a motion? It's been moved and seconded. This bill came to us from the city of New Haven and a desire to create more opportunities for youth employment programs in the public schools and over the summer. And there are some concerns about how that would be fashioned, because we would have to be certain that we were in compliance with federal law. And so we made this a study bill. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing no hands, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on Agenda Item 10, House Bill 5494, an act concerning a study of youth employment classification. This is a motion to JF to the floor. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is yes.
Representative Weir.
Yes.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
Yes.
Representative Gauthier. Representative Mastro Francesco.
Yes.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and we will move to item number 11 on our agenda, House Bill number 5496, an act concerning workplace violence protections for utility and public works employees. This is a JFS to the floor, LCO number 3234.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. We did have testimony from utility workers as to situations that they encounter in the work that they're doing that sometimes put them in a position where they're dealing in an unsafe work situation. This bill provides remedies for that. Are there any comments or questions? Representative Hughes. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I called you Hughes. That was so weird. I bet it's the green, you're right. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I won't be take too long on this, but I do want to note that towards in the new section, lines 33 through 39, we have tasked the Department of Labor with compiling data related to workplace violence, and there's no testimony from Department of Labor. I don't recall seeing the commissioner before us on this, so I don't know anything about their ability to gather this information or how this would be compiled, how the reports would be, what would happen with that information after, it doesn't say anything other than they have to submit the report, but then what? So would like to point that out. I would also, as I stated with the previous worker bill about the worker retention bill, we have COST, which is a commission on small towns. They submitted testimony in opposition, reiterating what I said earlier, and what we continue to do out of this building is we send these costs down to our local municipalities. I have 4 out of my towns and districts are small towns. The other one is part of CCM. All of them grapple with the same costs, rising costs that when we submit a mandate out of this building, it ends up being funded at through our local property taxes. When all of us, I don't think there's one of us who doesn't hear at this table from our local constituents and fellow residents saying it's too expensive. Life is expensive, and so by us taking actions like this, we only exacerbate the problem. I was a former town employee. I worked for a municipality. These are items like this could certainly be collectively bargained at the local level. These reports are already compiled and submitted to OSHA. As stated in the cost testimony, and I think many of our towns are doing this already, are assessing risk factors and making sure that their employees are safe. I think that there are, all of our cities and towns care about their employees tremendously and take good care of them. So I can't in good conscience vote for this bill, sending another cost and another unfunded mandate to the pocketbooks of my fellow neighbors. Um, And I think that our employees, our municipal employees deserve to be safe, and I think they are taken care of at the local level. This is something that individual towns can choose to do on their own if they're not already doing it. So I'll be a no for this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Weir. Any other comments? I see no other hands, so I'll ask the clerk to take the roll.
A roll call vote has been requested and a motion duly made and seconded on agenda item 11, House Bill 5496, an act concerning workplace violence protections for utility and public works employees. This is a motion to JFS to the floor, LCO 3234. Senator Kushner.
Yes.
Representative Sanchez.
Yes.
Senator Cabrera.
Yes.
Representative Wilson.
Yes.
Senator Sampson.
Sampson is no.
Representative Weir.
Nope.
Representative Hall. Representative Hughes.
Yes.
Senator Lesser. Representative Canino.
No.
Representative Gauthier.
Good job today.
Representative Gauthier, if you would like to unmute. Representative Gauthier. Representative Mastro Francesco.
No.
Representative Shake.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That concludes the items under agenda item number 4, or 3, I'm sorry. We will be holding votes open. It's 3:45 now. We'll hold open votes until 5 p.m., at which time we would then adjourn the meeting. The next meeting of the Labor and Public Employees Committee will be on Thursday, March 19th. I do want to underscore at 9 a.m. That is a different time than we usually start, but we did that to accommodate the need of one of our members here. And so we will be starting at 9 a.m. in hearing room 1C and via Zoom. And that concludes our points on the agenda, and we will be in recess until adjournment at 5 p.m. Thank you.
Are you ready for our votes?
Representative Gothier, hello.
Which votes are you missing?
Give me one moment. I'm having a difficult time hearing you.
Okay.
Okay, for you, here we go, agenda item 4. Do you have the agenda in front of you?
No.
Okay, let me read off the bills as I go through then. One moment, please. Agenda item 4, Senate Bill 351, an act establishing a just cause standard for teacher termination decisions and requiring termination hearings to be before neutral arbitrator. JFS to the floor, LCO 3327.
Yes.
And Representative Hall, if you're there, I can take your votes now as well. I'm just going to give him a second. Representative Hall.
Yep, yes.
Okay. Agenda item 5, Senate Bill 352, an act concerning the minimum fair wage in persons employed at cannabis establishments.
Yes.
Okay, Representative Hall.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 6, Senate Bill 353, an act concerning reasonable accommodations in the workplace for conditions related to menopause. JF to the floor. Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Gothier.
Yes.
Okay. Agenda item 7, Senate Bill 358, an act concerning the retention of service contract workers. JFS to the floor, LCO 3394. Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Gothier.
Yes.
Agenda item 8, Senate Bill 442, an act concerning a study of retirement health benefits for paraeducators. JF to the floor, Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Gothier.
Yes.
Agenda item 9, House Bill 5493, an act requiring a study to establish a program to provide stipends for the Connecticut Civil Air Patrol. JF to the floor, Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Gothier.
Yes.
Agenda item 10, House Bill 5494, an act concerning a study of youth employment classification. JF to the floor, Representative Hall.
Yes.
Representative Gothier.
Yes.
And agenda item 11, else HB 5496, an act concerning workplace violence protections for utility and public works employees. JFS to the floor, LCO 3234, Representative Hall.
Yes.
And Representative Gothier.
Yes.
Representative Gothier, that's all for you. Representative Hall, I'm just going to jump to the start of the agenda momentarily.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Hall, agenda item 1, House Bill 5003, an act concerning workforce development and working conditions in the state. JFS to the floor, LCO 3401.
Yes.
Agenda item 2, Senate Bill 345, an act concerning breastfeeding in the workplace, pre and post shift hours, and establishing a task force to study workplace heat safety standards. JF to the floor.
Yes.
Senate Bill 348, sorry, it's a little loud in this room. An act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees. JF to the floor.
Yes. Yes.
And I have you for the rest of them. Thank you very much.
Take care.